Story 1. My daughter said her husband was abusing her, and I destroyed him. But when the truth came out, I couldn't believe the monster I had created. My name is Diana, and I spent almost everything I had saved to buy my daughter a house. I thought I was saving her from an abusive marriage. Turns out I was helping the abuser escape with her victims. For 2 years, I believed every lie she told me about her husband. Every single one. Started small, like these things always do. She'd call me crying, saying her husband controlled all the money, that he screamed at her over nothing, that she was walking on eggshells in her own home. What kind of mother doesn't believe her daughter, right? What kind of mother hears those things and doesn't immediately jump into action? So I believed her. God help me. I believed every tearful phone call, every hushed conversation when she'd visit alone, every time she'd flinch when her phone rang. She told me he pushed her once, then twice. Then it became a regular thing. She said, always careful not to leave marks where people could see. I watched her husband at family dinners, looking for signs of the monster she described. He seemed normal, almost boring. But isn't that how abusers work? They're charming in public, terrifying in private. For 2 years, I watched my daughter suffer. Or so I thought. I made plans. I researched domestic violence resources. I talked to lawyers quietly, trying to figure out how to help her leave safely. She had 2 kids, my grandkids, and she said she stayed because she was terrified he'd take them from her. Every time I suggested she leave, she'd say she was scared, that she needed time, that she needed a plan. So I made a plan for her. I'm not wealthy, but I've saved money my whole life. I used almost everything I had and bought a house. A real house not far from mine, with a yard and 3 bedrooms. 1 for her, 1 for each kid. A fresh start, a safe place, a safe. I could see them growing up there. Finally, away from the nightmare she'd been living. When I sent her the message about the house, she called me crying. Happy tears this time, she said. She kept saying thank you over and over, saying I'd saved their lives. We made plans for the move. She'd take the kids and leave while he was at work. Clean break, new life. It all seemed perfect. Then came the phone call that changed everything. It was late, maybe 11 at night, 3 days before the planned move. My phone rang with a number I didn't recognize. I almost didn't answer. I wish I hadn't. It was my son-in-law, her husband, the man I'd been silently hating for 2 years. And his first words were something I never expected to hear. He said, and I quote, "Please, before you help her destroy my life completely, just give me one chance to show you the truth." I should have hung up. Everything I'd learned about domestic violence said this was a manipulation tactic. The abuser trying to turn the family against the victim. But something in his voice stopped me. He didn't sound angry. He sounded broken, desperate, and he said something that made my blood run cold. He said, "I have cameras. I have proof. And I'm begging you to look at it before you do this." That's when I realized I might not know the full story at all. I agreed to meet him. I know. But here's the thing. I had to know. If he was lying, I'd see through it. If there was even a chance my daughter had been telling the truth, the videos would prove it. Either way, I needed to see for myself before we went through with moving her and the kids. We met at a coffee shop. Neutral territory. He looked terrible. I mean, genuinely awful, like he hadn't slept in weeks. Dark circles under his eyes, hands shaking as he opened his laptop. Part of me still thought this was an act. Abusers are good actors, right? He started talking before showing me anything. Said he'd installed security cameras in the house 8 months ago because things were getting dangerous. That he needed proof for when he finally left with the kids. I wanted to interrupt to tell him my daughter had said the exact same thing about needing proof, but I kept quiet. Then he showed me the first video, and my entire world tilted sideways. The footage was from their living room, dated 4 months prior. Crystal clear image, sound, and everything. My daughter walked into frame holding a glass. Her husband was sitting on the couch with their son, helping him with homework, something completely normal. Then she just threw the glass at his head. No warning, no argument I could hear. Just threw it. He ducked. The glass shattered against the wall, and their son started screaming. I watched my son-in-law pull the boy close, shielding him with his body while my daughter screamed obscenities. She called him pathetic, worthless, said he was a terrible father. The little boy was crying, begging her to stop. My son-in-law never raised his voice. He just kept saying, "Please," not in front of him. "Please stop." There were more videos. So many more. Her shoving him into walls, slapping him across the face while he held their baby daughter, throwing his phone and breaking it, destroying his laptop. In every single video, he never fought back. He'd try to protect the kids, try to leave the room, try to calm her down, and she'd follow him, screaming, hitting, throwing things. One video showed her punching him repeatedly while he had their daughter in his arms. The baby couldn't have been more than 18 months old. He turned his back to shield the baby, and my daughter punched his spine, his shoulders, the back of his head. The baby was wailing, and my son-in-law just took it, whispering to the baby that everything was okay. "Daddy's got you. It's okay." I felt sick, actually physically sick. I had to excuse myself to the bathroom, where I threw up everything I'd eaten that day. When I came back, he was crying silently, staring at the paused video on his screen. "I never touched her," he said. "Not once. I swear to you, not once." I believed him. How could I not? The evidence was right there. Dozens of videos spanning months. My daughter was the abuser. My daughter was the monster. And I'd been helping her plan to take his kids away from him and isolate them with her, the one person who'd been protecting them. I asked him why he never called the police. He said he tried once. She told the responding officers that he was the aggressor, that she was defending herself. They looked at him, bigger and stronger, and they looked at her, small and crying, and they didn't believe him. He said that's when he started installing cameras. Evidence, irrefutable proof. He asked me what I was going to do. Honestly, I had no idea. This was my daughter, my baby, and she'd been lying to me for 2 years, manipulating me, using me to help her abuse her husband. But those were my grandkids in those videos, traumatized and crying. For the first time in my life, I didn't know which side I was supposed to be on. The videos were bad enough. But then my son-in-law told me about the affairs, and I realized the situation was even worse than I'd thought. He pulled up screenshots of messages, dozens of them, different men, different conversations, all explicit, all recent. My daughter had been telling me she was trapped in an abusive marriage while actively sleeping with multiple men on the side. I'm not going to repeat what those messages said, but they left no room for doubt. One man in particular stood out. From the messages, it was clear he thought he was some kind of hero. My daughter had told him she was basically a single mother, that her dangerous ex-husband kept harassing her, that she feared for her safety. This guy was eating it up, offering to protect her, calling himself her knight in shining armor. It was nauseating. He was picking my grandkids up from school, taking them to the park, playing pretend daddy while their actual father worked to support them. And he had no idea he was being played, too. I did something I'm not proud of. I tracked this man down. Found his social media, his workplace, everything. Then I called him and asked to meet. He was confused, but agreed. Probably thought I was going to thank him for helping my daughter. We met at a park. He looked exactly like I'd expected. Mid-30s, thinks he's God's gift, that swagger that comes from believing your own lies. He started telling me about how he was there for her during this difficult time and how he'd help her through the divorce. I asked him what divorce. He blinked, confused. I asked him if he knew she was still married, still living with her husband, still sharing a bed with him for all I knew. The color drained from his face. Then I showed him the photos my son-in-law had given me, recent family photos, date stamped. My daughter, her husband, the kids, all together. I told him about the house I'd bought, about the move we'd planned, about how she'd been lying to everyone, including him. He looked like I'd punched him in the stomach. Started stammering about how she told him the husband was violent, that she was scared. I pulled out my phone and showed him one of the videos. Just one, but it was enough. My daughter hitting her husband while he protected the kids. This guy sat down hard on the park bench, put his head in his hands, started talking about how he'd been picking up the kids from school because she said the father was stalking them. How he'd installed a security system at her request because she claimed the ex broke in. How he'd loaned her money because she said her husband controlled all the finances. We talked for over an hour. By the end, we'd formed an unlikely alliance. Both of us had been manipulated. Both of us had believed her lies, and both of us were furious. He asked what I was planning to do. I told him about the house, about the upcoming move. Then I told him I had a better idea. What if, instead of helping her escape, we used that house to make her face the truth? What if we confronted her together? Him, me, and my son-in-law. All three of us in the same room with her, comparing notes, showing proof, forcing her to answer for what she'd done. No more running, no more lies, just cold, hard truth. He was in. My son-in-law was hesitant when I called him later, worried about the kids seeing another confrontation, but I promised we'd do it when the kids were at school. Just the adults, just the truth. We set it up for 3 days later, the day she thought she was moving into her new house, the day she thought she was escaping. Instead, it was going to be the day her carefully constructed web of lies came crashing down around her. I just had to figure out how to reconcile the fact that I was about to destroy my own daughter's life and that she absolutely deserved it. The morning of the confrontation, I woke up at 5 o'clock and couldn't fall back asleep. I kept running through scenarios in my head. Would she deny everything? Break down? Get violent? I'd seen the videos. I knew what she was capable of. Part of me wondered if I should have just walked away, let her husband handle it through the courts. But no, I was involved now. I'd been funding her lies for 2 years. I needed to face this. I got to the house early to set up. It felt surreal, walking through the rooms I'd imagined my grandkids growing up in, knowing that was never going to happen. My son-in-law arrived next, looking nervous but determined. The affair partner showed up last, and the two men shook hands awkwardly. Weird moment, honestly. The husband and the affair partner united against the woman who'd lied to them both. We had everything ready. The laptop with the videos, printed screenshots of the messages, the real property deed, which I'd put in my son-in-law's name, not my daughter's. She didn't know that yet. She thought the house was going to be hers. Another lie. But this one was mine. She knocked at exactly 10 in the morning. I opened the door, and she threw her arms around me, practically vibrating with excitement. She had 2 suitcases with her. Started talking about how the kids were so excited, how this was going to be a fresh start, how grateful she was. I felt sick letting her go on like that, but I needed her inside first. She walked into the living room still chattering away, then stopped dead when she saw both men sitting there. Her face went through about 5 different emotions in 3 seconds. Confusion, recognition, fear, and then this calculated blankness that was almost scarier than anything else. "What is this?" She looked at me. "Mom, what's going on?" I sat down, told her to sit too. She refused, started edging toward the door. The affair partner stood up and blocked it. Not aggressively, just standing there. She looked genuinely panicked. Then my son-in-law spoke first. His voice was steady, but I could see his hands shaking. He told her we all knew about the abuse, about the affairs, about the lies, about everything. She started to protest, started to cry. That same performance I'd seen dozens of times. But then he opened the laptop and turned it toward her. "Watch," he said. "Watch yourself." She watched about 10 seconds of the first video before she tried to grab the laptop. The affair partner caught her wrist. Not hard, just stopped her. She spun on him, then started screaming about how he was supposed to be on her side. How dare he betray her? Didn't he love her? He looked at her with pure disgust. Told her he'd believed he was protecting a victim. Told her he'd been picking up her kids, installing security for her, supporting her emotionally and financially, and she'd been using him the entire time. She tried to touch his face, some manipulation tactic. But he stepped back like she was poisonous. Then she turned to me, started pleading. "Mom, you don't understand. They're ganging up on me. They're lying. You believe me, right? You've always believed me." And I'll admit, for just a second I wavered. She's my daughter. I've known her for 33 years. But then I thought about those videos, about my grandkids crying while she hit their father. I told her I'd seen the proof, all of it. I told her the house wasn't hers. I told her I knew about everything. And I watched my daughter transform into someone I didn't recognize. The tears stopped instantly. Her face went cold. She stood up straight and looked at all three of us with pure hatred. "You're all going to regret this," she said, voice flat and scary. "Every single one of you." Then she walked into the kitchen and came back with a knife from the block on the counter. That's when everything got really bad really fast. I've never been truly afraid of my own daughter before that moment. But standing there watching her hold that knife, seeing her face completely devoid of emotion, I understood why my son-in-law had installed all those cameras. This wasn't anger. This was something colder. She pointed the knife at her husband first, started saying things I won't repeat about what she was going to do to him, how he'd ruined her life, how he'd turned everyone against her. The affair partner tried to talk her down, hands up, telling her to put it down. She swung toward him instead, calling him every name you can imagine. My son-in-law had his phone out, already calling the police. She saw it and lunged at him. I'm not exaggerating. She actually lunged with the knife. The affair partner tackled her from the side. They went down hard, crashing into the coffee table. The knife skittered across the floor, and I grabbed it, hands shaking so badly I almost dropped it. She was screaming like an animal, trying to claw at his face, kicking, thrashing. He managed to flip her onto her stomach and pin her arms behind her back. She kept screaming about how we were all betraying her, how we'd all pay, how she'd make sure her husband never saw his kids again. It was disturbing how she could switch between threats and playing victim in the same breath. The police arrived in maybe 6 minutes, but it felt like hours. 2 officers, 1 male, 1 female. My daughter immediately started crying the second she saw them. Her whole demeanor changed. She went limp, started sobbing, saying we'd attacked her, that her abusive husband had set this up, that we were trying to take her children. I watched it happen in real time. The female officer's expression softened. She was buying it. My son-in-law saw it too. He held up his phone. "I have videos, months of videos. Please just look at them before you decide anything." The male officer seemed skeptical of everyone, which honestly was fair. The affair partner explained who he was and why he was there. That probably didn't help our case. Honestly, the whole situation looked insane. The female officer was already moving toward my daughter, asking if she needed medical attention. Then my son-in-law played one of the videos, just pulled it up on his phone and played it sound on, right there in the living room. The one where she punched him while he was holding the baby. The officers watched, their expressions changed. The female officer stepped back from my daughter. "How many videos?" the male officer asked. 47, my son-in-law said, spanning 8 months, all clearly dated and time-stamped. I have them backed up in multiple locations. I can send them all to you right now. My daughter started screaming again, saying the videos were fake, doctored, that we were all conspiring against her. But the officers weren't listening anymore. They were watching video after video on my son-in-law's phone. Her hitting him, throwing things, destroying property, terrorizing the kids. The male officer asked if there were any injuries that needed documenting. My son-in-law pulled up his shirt. Bruises, old and new, in various stages of healing, down his back, across his ribs. The affair partner looked like he might be sick. They arrested her, read her rights while she sobbed and screamed. She looked at me as they put the handcuffs on. "Mom," she said, voice breaking. "Mom, please. You're my mother. Please don't let them do this." I couldn't speak, couldn't move. Just watched as they led my daughter out to the police car. The female officer stayed behind to take our statements. Asked why we hadn't reported this sooner. My son-in-law explained he'd tried once and wasn't believed. Explained he'd been gathering evidence to ensure custody of his children. The officer nodded, understanding. She said the videos were some of the clearest evidence of domestic violence she'd ever seen, that he'd done the right thing documenting everything. She took copies of the files, took photos of his injuries, wrote down everything. After they left, the 3 of us just sat there in silence. The affair partner left first, said he needed to process everything. My son-in-law and I stayed. He started crying, just broke down completely. I held him while he sobbed. This man I'd hated for 2 years. This man I'd believed was abusing my daughter. Crying in my arms because he'd finally proven the truth. "The kids," he said eventually. I need to figure out how to tell the kids. That's when it really hit me. My grandkids were about to learn their mother had been arrested, and it was partially because of me. My son-in-law picked the kids up from school that day like nothing had happened. Didn't want to scare them. Brought them back to his house, which I'd never actually been inside before. It was modest but clean. Clearly a home where someone was trying their best. Kids' artwork on the fridge, toys organized in bins, family photos on the walls. In half of them, my daughter looked normal, smiling. It was jarring. He asked if I'd stay while he talked to them. I said yes, even though I wasn't sure I should be there. These were my grandkids, but I barely knew them. My daughter had always controlled the visits, always been present, always managed what we talked about. I realized I'd never had a real conversation with either of them. The boy's name is Marcus. He's 7. The girl is Lily. She's 4. My son-in-law sat them down on the couch and explained as gently as possible that Mommy had made some mistakes and was going to be gone for a while. That she'd hurt Daddy and needed help to learn not to do that anymore. Marcus didn't look surprised. That killed me. This 7-year-old child just nodded like he'd been expecting this. Lily asked if Mommy was coming back tonight. When her dad said no, she asked if that meant no more yelling. The casual way she said it, like she was asking if it would rain tomorrow. That's when I understood how normalized the violence had become for them. My son-in-law suggested the kids show me their rooms. Give him a minute to collect himself. Marcus led me upstairs silently. His room was full of building toys and books. Lily's room was princess-themed. Exactly what you'd expect for a 4-year-old. But both rooms had something in common. No photos of their mother anywhere. I asked Marcus about school, trying to make normal conversation. He answered in short sentences, watching me carefully. Then he asked, "Are you going to hurt my dad?" I swear my heart stopped. I asked him why he would think that. He said, "Grandma told him that men were bad and that Daddy was the worst. That I hated Daddy and wanted him to go away. My daughter had been poisoning these kids against their own father for years." I knelt down to his level and told him the truth. That I'd made a mistake. That I'd believed things that weren't true about his dad. That his dad loved him very much and would never ever hurt him. Marcus stared at me for a long moment, then asked if I loved Daddy too. Now, I told him, I respect his dad and I want to help their family. That seemed to satisfy him. Then Lily tugged my sleeve and asked if the yelling was really over. I promised her we'd all try our hardest to make sure it was. Over the next few hours, pieces of the story came out through casual conversation. How Mommy would scream at Daddy after they went to bed, but they could hear everything. How sometimes Daddy would sleep in the car because Mommy threw things. How they weren't allowed to tell anyone about the fighting, or Mommy would be very upset. A neighbor came by later, a kind woman in her 60s. She brought casserole and stayed to chat. After the kids were distracted with a movie, she told me she'd called the police twice after seeing my daughter hit my son-in-law through the window. Both times, my daughter had convinced the responding officers that she was the victim. The neighbor had felt helpless watching it happen. She said other neighbors had witnessed things, too. That everyone on the street knew what was happening, but no one could get anyone to listen. She seemed relieved that someone finally had, that the kids might finally be safe. That night, my son-in-law asked if I wanted to stay for dinner. I did. We ordered food and ate together, the 4 of us. It was strange, but not uncomfortable. The kids relaxed more as the evening went on. Marcus actually smiled at something his dad said. Lily crawled into my lap during the movie and fell asleep there. As I was leaving, Marcus hugged me goodbye. First real hug from my grandson in years. He whispered, "Thanks for not hurting my dad, Grandma." I cried the whole drive home. My phone was full of messages from my ex-husband, my daughter's father, demanding to know what happened, insisting I bail her out, saying I was betraying family. I turned my phone off and tried to sleep, tried not to think about my daughter in a cell, or my grandson thanking me for not hurting his father or any of it. But mostly, I thought about how I'd almost helped her take those kids away from the one person who'd been protecting them all along. The emergency custody hearing happened faster than I expected. My son-in-law's lawyer filed within 48 hours of my daughter's arrest, citing immediate danger to the children. I was subpoenaed to testify. Me testifying against my own daughter in court. The night before, I barely slept. Kept rehearsing what I'd say. How I'd explain that I'd believed her lies for 2 years. How I'd almost helped her continue the abuse. I felt like the worst mother in the world. What kind of mother stands against her own child in court? The courtroom was smaller than I expected. My daughter was there in an orange jumpsuit, looking exhausted and somehow smaller. When she saw me walk in to sit on her husband's side of the room, her face crumpled. She started crying silently. I had to look away. Her lawyer tried to argue that she was the real victim, that her husband had manipulated the evidence somehow, that the videos were taken out of context, that she'd been acting in self-defense. It might have worked if there had only been 1 or 2 videos, but 47 videos spanning 8 months, all showing the same pattern. There was no spinning that. My son-in-law's lawyer was methodical, played video after video. The judge's expression grew more disturbed with each one. When they played the video of her hitting her husband while he held the baby, I heard someone in the gallery gasp. Might have been me. Then it was my turn to testify. I swore to tell the truth and sat down. The lawyer asked me to explain my relationship with my daughter. I did. Then she asked me to explain what my daughter had told me about her marriage. I laid it all out. 2 years of phone calls, of tears, of stories about abuse that never happened. The judge took notes. The lawyer asked if I'd paid for anything during this time. I admitted I'd bought the house. Explained my plan to help her escape with the kids. The judge looked up sharply at that, asked me to repeat myself. I did. Said I'd spent nearly everything I had saved to help her leave her husband, believing she was in danger. And when did you learn the truth? The judge asked directly. I told her about the phone call, about seeing the videos, about realizing everything my daughter had told me was a lie. My voice broke when I said it out loud. The judge's expression softened slightly, but she remained professional. My daughter's lawyer tried to discredit me on cross-examination. Suggested I was biased now because I'd wasted money on the house. Suggested my son-in-law had manipulated me, too. I looked directly at my daughter and said, I saw the videos. I saw what you did to him. I saw what you did in front of your children. That's not manipulation. That's truth. My daughter stood up suddenly, started yelling, called me a traitor, screamed that I'd chosen a stranger over my own blood. The judge ordered her to sit down or be removed. Her lawyer managed to calm her down, but the damage was done. A social worker testified next. She'd interviewed the children and evaluated the home environment. She reported that both children showed signs of trauma consistent with witnessing domestic violence, that they expressed fear of their mother, that Marcus had told her he was glad when Mommy didn't come home because the house was quiet. Lily had drawn a picture of their family that only included her, Marcus, and Daddy. The judge took a break to review everything. When she came back, her decision was swift. Full custody to the father, effective immediately. Supervised visitation only for the mother, pending completion of court-ordered counseling and anger management. A restraining order preventing her from going near the children's school or activities. The gavel came down and it was done. My daughter screamed, lunging toward her husband. The bailiff caught her before she could reach him. She was screaming about how we'd all conspired against her, how she'd make us pay, how she'd get her children back. They had to physically remove her from the courtroom. My son-in-law broke down crying. His lawyer patted his shoulder, told him he'd done the right thing. I sat there feeling numb. I just helped take my daughter's children away from her. Yes, she deserved it. Yes, those kids needed protection. But she was still my daughter, and I'd chosen against her. I went home alone that night. My ex-husband had left 17 messages, each one more vitriolic than the last, calling me a monster, saying I destroyed our family, demanding I fix this. I blocked his number. If he couldn't see that his daughter needed help instead of enabling, we had nothing to say to each other. The affair partner ended up testifying at her sentencing hearing. He stood there and told the judge how he'd been manipulated into believing he was protecting a victim when he was actually helping an abuser isolate her targets. His testimony was damning. After everything was over, he sent me a brief message saying he was moving to another state for a fresh start. I wished him well. He'd been a victim, too, in his own way. That night, I started going to therapy. First appointment was the next week. I needed help processing all of this. Needed someone to tell me whether I'd made the right choices, whether a good mother would have done what I did, whether I'd lost my daughter forever by protecting her children from her. The court-ordered psychological evaluation took 3 weeks. My daughter underwent extensive testing, interviews with multiple professionals, the whole process. I wasn't allowed to know the results directly, but my son-in-law's lawyer kept us informed. When the report came back, it explained so much and yet made everything more complicated. Borderline personality disorder with narcissistic traits. The psychologist's report detailed patterns of unstable relationships, fear of abandonment, inappropriate anger, and a distorted self-image. It explained the manipulation, the lying, the ability to believe her own stories. It didn't excuse what she'd done, but it gave context. My daughter was genuinely unwell. Part of me felt relief at having an explanation. The other part felt guilty for feeling relieved, like I was looking for an excuse to forgive the unforgivable. My therapist, a patient woman who'd been helping me unpack this mess, told me both feelings were valid. That mental illness explains behavior but doesn't excuse abuse. That I could grieve for my daughter's illness while still protecting her victims. My daughter took a plea deal to avoid a full trial. Pleaded guilty to domestic violence charges in exchange for 18 months in a correctional facility, followed by mandatory anger management, psychiatric treatment, and extended probation. Her lawyer called it a mercy. The prosecutor called it appropriate given her mental health diagnosis and the severity of documented abuse. I started seeing the kids regularly. Every Tuesday and Thursday after school, I'd pick them up and take them to my house. We'd do homework, have dinner, play games. Normal grandparent things I should have been doing all along. Marcus slowly opened up to me, told me about how scared he'd been, how he'd tried to protect his little sister. That kid had been carrying adult burdens for years. Lily was doing better faster, probably because she was younger. She still had nightmares sometimes, would wake up crying about yelling. Her dad got her into play therapy with someone who specialized in childhood trauma. It seemed to be helping. She drew pictures constantly, and gradually the dark scribbles turned into actual images of flowers and sunshine and her family. My son-in-law started going to a support group for male domestic violence survivors. He'd come pick up the kids from my house and sometimes stay for coffee, and we'd talk, really talk. He told me about the shame he'd felt, how he'd been raised to believe men couldn't be victims, how the one time he tried to report the abuse, the responding officers had looked at him like he was pathetic, how he'd stayed for years because he was terrified of losing his kids. I apologized to him more times than I can count. For believing the lies, for planning to help her take the kids, for being another person who didn't believe him. He was gracious about it, said I'd more than made up for it by standing with him now. But I'm not sure I'll ever forgive myself for those 2 years. My relationship with my ex-husband completely disintegrated. He couldn't accept that our daughter was the abuser, kept insisting she was sick and needed our support, not punishment. I tried to explain that supporting her meant helping her face consequences and get treatment, not enabling her behavior. He called me brainwashed. We haven't spoken in months. My sister and her husband moved to a house near mine around this time. She'd been watching everything unfold from a distance, offering support where she could. Having them close helped. The kids loved having more family around, people who weren't associated with all the trauma. Her husband took Marcus to ball games, gave him male role models who were gentle and kind. My sister did art projects with Lily, let her be a normal kid having fun. The supervised visits between my daughter and the kids started after she completed initial counseling. A social worker documented everything. The inappropriate questions, the manipulation attempts, the way she made visits about her feelings instead of the children. Her therapist noted the same patterns in their sessions. Refusal to take responsibility, blaming everyone else, playing the victim. Real change seemed impossible. Then came the night she showed up at my house drunk, violating her restraining order and probation. My neighbors called the police. She was arrested again, sentenced to serve the full 18 months. She looked at me like I was a stranger. Maybe we both were. Prison letters started arriving weeks later, swinging between apologies and accusations. I stopped opening them after the first few. She called too. Collect calls at random hours. The first call sounded genuine until she asked if I'd help appeal the custody decision. When I refused, her voice went cold. I didn't accept calls after that. She wrote to the kids too. Most letters inappropriate and manipulative. My son-in-law filtered them carefully. Marcus rarely wanted to read them, even the appropriate ones. Said they made him feel bad inside. Life was settling into a new normal for everyone else. The kids thrived. Marcus joined the soccer team and suddenly had friends. Kids who could come over without my daughter interrogating their parents or causing scenes. Lily started kindergarten, and her teacher said she was bright and social. The nightmares became less frequent. The flinching when people raised their voices slowly disappeared. My son-in-law started dating someone from his support group. A kind woman who'd survived her own abusive marriage and understood trauma. I met her when she came to pick up the kids for a trip to the zoo. She was gentle with them, didn't push for affection, let them set the pace. The kids liked her. I approved. My daughter from prison sent me a letter calling me a traitor for accepting the replacement so easily. I threw it away without reading past the first page. My sister and her husband became integral to our little family unit. Sunday dinners at my house became tradition. Me, my son-in-law, the kids, my sister, and her husband. Sometimes his girlfriend joined us. We'd cook together, eat together, clean up together. The kids would play after dinner while the adults talked. Felt like family. Real family. Not the dysfunctional, traumatic version we'd all been surviving, but actual support and love. My ex-husband tried to reconcile once. Called me from our daughter's lawyer's office. Said we needed to present a united front to help her case. I asked if he'd watched any of the videos. He said he didn't need to, that she was our daughter and we owed her loyalty. I told him I'd seen her hit her husband while holding a baby. He said there must have been a reason. I hung up and blocked that number too. The kids started calling me grandma without any awkwardness. Would run to me at school pickup, show me their artwork, tell me about their days. Marcus asked me to come to his soccer games. Lily wanted me to attend her school performance. Normal grandparent things that felt miraculous given where we'd been. 6 months into her sentence, her therapist requested a family session. My daughter looked thin and tired. She apologized, then immediately started explaining why she'd acted that way. The therapist kept redirecting her, reminding her that explanations weren't excuses. My daughter was performing rehabilitation, not living it. When asked what it would take for me to believe she'd changed, I told her completing programs wasn't enough. I needed to see her take full responsibility, prioritize her children's needs over her wants, prove through consistent action she was safe. She didn't understand. Thought change was a checklist, not a transformation. As I left, she asked to see pictures of the kids. I'd brought some. She held them crying, then asked when they could visit. I saw the calculation in her eyes. The moment was gone. 10 months after everything fell apart, I went to Marcus' first soccer game of the season. Sat in the stands with my son-in-law, his girlfriend, my sister, and her husband. Lily sat on my lap eating snacks and cheering every time her brother touched the ball. It was aggressively normal in the best way possible. Marcus scored a goal, a real actual goal, and the pure joy on his face when his team mobbed him made me cry. His dad was jumping up and down. His girlfriend was cheering, and Lily was screaming, "That's my brother!" at everyone around us. After the game, Marcus ran straight to his dad, got swept up in a hug, then came to show me his medal, asked if I'd seen the goal. I told him I'd seen it, that I was so proud, that he'd played amazingly. He beamed. We went out for food after. All of us crammed into a booth at a diner. The kids argued over who got to sit next to who. Normal sibling stuff. Marcus told elaborate stories about the game, making himself sound more heroic with each retelling. Lily stole fries off everyone's plates. The adults talked and laughed. It felt like the kind of family memory that kids remember forever. My son-in-law's girlfriend, her name is Rebecca, asked the kids if they wanted to help her bake something the next weekend. They enthusiastically agreed. She was careful never to try replacing their mother, never pushed for mom-like affection, just existed as a caring adult in their lives. The kids responded well to that approach. They'd started drawing pictures that included her, which felt significant. School became a safe place. Marcus made honor roll and joined the chess club. Lily's teacher said she showed leadership and kindness. The transformation from the anxious, withdrawn children they'd been was remarkable. Meanwhile, my daughter's therapist sent monthly updates, always the same. Superficial compliance, no genuine insight. She'd say the right words, but in the next breath blame her husband or justify her violence. Her therapist told me some people can perform contrition without feeling it. They say the words without believing them. She requested another session, this time wanting the kids present. Marcus, old enough to decide, thought for a long time and said no. The relief on his face when we told him that was okay broke my heart. My daughter sent angry letters accusing us of alienating her children. Her therapist explained their reluctance was a consequence of her actions. She didn't understand the distinction. My ex-husband called from a new number I hadn't blocked yet. Said our daughter had written him about being denied access to her kids. That we needed to stop this cruel punishment. I asked him if he'd finally watched the videos. He said he didn't need to see videos to know his daughter was a good person who'd made mistakes. I asked him if repeatedly beating someone in front of children qualified as a mistake. He said I'd become cold and cruel. I said I'd become protective of innocent kids. He hung up. The house I'd bought, the one that was meant to be my daughter's escape route, sat there with my son-in-law's name on the deed. He asked me several times if I wanted him to sign it over to me, pay me back somehow. I told him to keep it, consider it his and the kids for as long as they needed it. He cried and hugged me, said I'd given them more than a house. I'd given them safety. My sister suggested we do family therapy, just the extended family members who were actively involved in the kids' lives. We found a therapist who specialized in complex family trauma. It helped. We all had different guilt, different pain, different ways we were processing everything. Having a neutral space to discuss it, to support each other, made the load lighter. Lily asked me one day if her mommy was going to come back and yell again. I told her honestly that her mommy was sick and learning to be better, but that her daddy and I would keep her safe no matter what. She thought about that, then asked if I could be her grandma forever. I promised I would be. My daughter's release date was approaching. 18 months had seemed like forever at first, but suddenly it was only weeks away. We all felt the tension building. The therapist warned us that real change was unlikely, that we needed to prepare for continued manipulation and boundary violations. We started discussing safety plans, legal options, how to protect the kids. Marcus asked me one night if his mom was going to take him away when she got out. The fear in his voice was visceral. I assured him that the court had given his dad custody, that no one was taking him anywhere he didn't want to go. But I could see he didn't fully believe me. The trauma of those early years had taught him that adults couldn't always protect him. It was going to take a long time to rebuild that trust. The new family we'd built was strong but fragile. We all knew my daughter's release would test it. We just had to hope it would hold. My daughter was released to a halfway house with strict parole conditions. She lasted 2 weeks before showing up at Marcus School, violating her restraining order. Police arrested her immediately. The judge extended her supervised release by 6 months and warned one more violation meant prison. Marcus had nightmares after seeing her. All his progress, his sense of safety, damaged because she couldn't follow basic rules. The first supervised visit started well for 10 minutes. Then she cried about how hard prison was, making it about her suffering. When redirected, she started interrogating Marcus about his dad's girlfriend. Marcus shut down. Lily cried. The social worker ended the visit after 30 minutes. Marcus pulled away when she tried to hug him goodbye. The social worker's report was damning. Inability to maintain boundaries, centering herself, using children for information. My daughter blamed everyone else. Her therapist said she'd rarely seen someone so resistant to self-examination. My sister asked me over coffee if I thought my daughter would ever change. I wanted to say yes, wanted to believe that somewhere inside her was the little girl I'd raised. the young woman who'd been excited about becoming a mother. The person I thought I knew. But I'd seen too much now. The pattern was too clear. So I told her the truth. I didn't think so, and saying it out loud felt like grief. My ex-husband called again, furious about the visit being cut short. Said I needed to advocate for my daughter, help her get more time with her kids. I asked him if he'd heard about her showing up at the school. He said she was just a mother who missed her children. I asked him if he thought Marcus pulling away from her bothered him at all. He said I'd poison the kids against her. We haven't spoken since. The kids drew pictures in therapy. Lily drew her family. Daddy, Marcus, me, my sister, and her husband, Rebecca. No mother anywhere in the image. Marcus drew a house with a big fence around it, and everyone he loved safe inside. His mother stood outside the fence, far away. Their therapist said the drawings were telling. 3 months later, my daughter petitioned to modify custody. Her lawyer submitted certificates of completion and compliance letters. On paper, it looked good. The kids' therapist submitted a counter-report detailing their ongoing trauma, Marcus' nightmares, Lily's anxiety. The social worker documented continued boundary violations. The judge denied the motion, extended restrictions for another year. Completing programs, he said, wasn't the same as demonstrating change. My daughter called screaming, said I'd turned everyone against her, ruined her life. I told her I loved her but loved her children more, and their safety wasn't negotiable. She hung up. That was 4 months ago. It's been 8 months since that last phone call. 8 months since my daughter screamed at me and hung up. 8 months of silence from her. Though I hear through my ex-husband's sister that she's still in the halfway house, still going through the motions of her programs, still insisting everyone else is wrong. The kids are doing remarkably well. Marcus is 8 now, thriving in 3rd grade. He's an advanced reader and joined the chess club. Has friends who come over for playdates where they build elaborate structures and play normal kid games. He still sees his therapist monthly, but mostly he's just a regular kid now. The nightmares are rare. The flinching has stopped. He laughs freely. Lily is in 1st grade and reading above her level. She's obsessed with dinosaurs currently. Can name about 40 different species. Her teacher says she's empathetic and creative. Helps other kids when they're struggling. She doesn't ask about her mother anymore. Occasionally, she'll mention her in passing, usually in past tense, like a person who used to exist but doesn't anymore. I don't correct her. My son-in-law proposed to Rebecca last month. Asked the kids first if it would be okay. Marcus said yes immediately. Lily asked if Rebecca would be her mom now. Rebecca handled it perfectly. Said she'd never try to replace their mom, but she'd love to be a special person in their lives who cared about them very much. They're planning a small wedding in the spring. The kids will be in the ceremony. The house I bought, the one that started all of this, is lived in and loved. They've made it their own. Painted the walls, planted a garden, hung family photos everywhere. My son-in-law tried again to pay me back or at least pay rent. I reminded him it's in his name legally, that it was always meant to protect those kids, and it's doing exactly that. He tears up every time we have this conversation. I see the kids 3 times a week now. Tuesdays after school, Saturdays for whatever adventure we can think of, and Sunday dinners with the whole extended family. Marcus started asking me about my life, about what I was like as a kid. Normal grandkid curiosity. Lily brings me every art project she makes. My refrigerator is covered in them. My sister's husband taught Marcus to ride a bike without training wheels. I have video of the moment he got it, the pure triumph on his face. My sister taught Lily to braid hair, and now Lily practices on everyone. These are the moments my daughter is missing, and it's entirely her own fault. I've stopped feeling guilty about that. My therapy has helped me understand that I can mourn the daughter I thought I had while accepting the person she actually is. I can love her and still refuse to enable her. I can want her to get better while protecting her victims from her. These things can all be true simultaneously. It's taken me months to internalize that, but I'm getting there. The supervised visitation continues sporadically. My daughter requests visits irregularly, cancels some, shows up to others, and repeats the same patterns. The social workers document it all. The kids go when they're willing, which is less and less often. Marcus asked recently if he has to keep trying. I told him no, that he's allowed to protect his own peace. The relief in his eyes was answer enough. My ex-husband and I are permanently estranged. He's chosen to enable our daughter to believe her version of events despite overwhelming evidence. That's his choice. I've made mine. We pass information through his sister when necessary, but we don't speak. It's sad losing a relationship of over 30 years, but some bridges need to burn to protect what matters more. I asked Marcus last week what he wanted to be when he grows up. He said a teacher because his teachers make him feel safe and smart, and he wants to do that for other kids. This child who witnessed so much violence, who was traumatized so young, wants to grow up to help others. That tells me he's going to be okay. Lily asked me if I'll always be her grandma. I promised her yes, always, no matter what. She said good because she loves me. Then she asked if we could get ice cream. We did. It was a Tuesday afternoon, and we sat outside the shop watching people walk by, eating ice cream, talking about dinosaurs. Normal, peaceful, safe. My daughter has my number and address. She could reach out if she wanted to take real accountability. She hasn't. Maybe she never will. But these kids are real. They're here and they need me. I didn't plan to testify against my own daughter or choose her victims over her. But given the same circumstances, I'd make the exact same choices, because love isn't always soft. Sometimes it means protecting the vulnerable, even when the threat is someone you've loved their entire life. The house I bought ended up protecting exactly who needed it, just not who I expected. It's become a home for a little family that survived hell. Every Sunday when I pull up and see the kids playing in the yard, I know my money went exactly where it needed to go. People ask if I have regrets. I regret the 2 years of believing lies. I regret the pain my son-in-law endured. I regret the trauma Marcus and Lily carry. But I don't regret protecting them. Standing with victims over abusers, even when the abuser is your child, that's not betrayal. That's integrity. My daughter might change someday, might genuinely do the work, take real accountability, become someone safe for her children. If that happens, I'll be there to support rebuilding relationships carefully and slowly. But I'm not holding my breath. And I'm not sacrificing these kids' well-being on the hope of maybe. This is my family now. Imperfect, complicated, built from the ashes of what was destroyed. But it's real and it's loving, and everyone in it is choosing to be here. That includes me, the grandmother who learned that sometimes saving family means protecting them from other family. Marcus scored another goal last week. The whole family cheered. Lily lost her first tooth and left it for the tooth fairy. Rebecca is teaching them to bake. My sister's husband is building them a treehouse. These are the moments that matter. This is the family worth protecting. And I do it all again. Now on to the next story. Story 2. My mom rented me a family apartment, and when I finished renovating it, she kicked me out to give it to my brother. To give you some context, I was always the practical one in the family. I graduated, started working at a company, and slowly advanced in my career. My brother, on the other hand, was always the risk-taker, the one who chased his dreams, the one who would have his own company and become a millionaire. That's my brother. All my effort and dedication paid off when I landed a great job. I had an amazing position in a multinational company. Exactly what I wanted, and I got it. The only problem? My job was 2 hours away from where I lived. 2 hours to go, 2 hours to return, way too much. After 2 weeks, I was already exhausted and couldn't take the commute anymore. That's when I decided I really needed to find an apartment closer to work because I couldn't keep going like this. That weekend, I went to my parents' house as I always did for our family dinners. I told them about my situation, and they looked at each other before saying, "We might have a solution for you." My mom asked, "Do you remember that old apartment that belonged to your grandma? The one I inherited?" Then she continued, "The tenants moved out, so it's empty now, and it's only 5 minutes from your job. If you want it, it's yours." Of course, I remembered that apartment. I spent my childhood going there every weekend to visit my grandmother. I asked how much the rent would be, and my mom gave me a price that I could easily afford. I got super excited and immediately said yes without even thinking twice. The moment the apartment situation was settled, my parents started talking about my brother again, their favorite topic. And that was it. I had my new place and a new job. Meanwhile, my brother had landed 3 new clients, his business was growing, and things were going great for him. And as always, my life was the same. I was the boring one working in an office, while he was the golden child chasing his dreams. The next day, I went to check out the apartment. Let's just say the previous tenants hadn't taken great care of it. It was a mess. The only piece of furniture there was an old gray couch in the middle of the living room. I called my mom and asked, "Mom, do you mind if I do some renovations?" She replied, "Don't go overboard. Don't use any crazy colors, but do whatever you want. Remodel it however you like." That same night, I started looking for inspiration on Pinterest and YouTube. For the next 6 months, I dedicated myself entirely to renovating the apartment. After work, I'd go straight there, painting, measuring, checking prices. I visited every furniture store, tested every mattress and couch, watched countless YouTube tutorials, mounted the TV, sanded, painted, fixed the flooring. I did everything myself. Weekends dedicated to the apartment, every evening dedicated to the apartment. And in the end, it was exactly how I wanted it. I walked around the apartment looking at everything with pride. I couldn't believe I had done it all on my own. It was truly beautiful. I couldn't wait for my mom to see it. I invited her over. When she arrived, she looked around very seriously, as she always did, inspecting every detail. Finally, she looked at me and said, "It's incredible." Couldn't believe it. My mom rarely gives me compliments. And then she hugged me. A real hug, not just a quick pat on the back, a genuine hug. In that moment, I thought I did it. 2 weeks later, we had another family dinner. I was excited to share some great news. I had been promoted, my salary increased, I was given a team to lead, and I had grown so much in my company in such a short time. I couldn't wait to tell them. At one point during dinner, there was a moment of silence, and I took the chance to say, "Hey, I have some great news to share." I told them about my promotion. My mom, barely looking at me, kept eating and said, "Oh, that's great, sweetie. Good for you." And immediately they started talking about my brother again. And that's when the real conversation of the night began. My brother owns a delivery company, but apparently a bigger, better company with more technology and resources moved into the city. My brother was losing a lot of clients, his business was really struggling, and everything was at risk. My dad told me they had decided to take out a loan to give to my brother so he could try to keep his company afloat. I asked them honestly, "Are you sure about this?" And I continued, "Look, this new company is huge. It's going to be really hard to compete with their technology and all the money they have. It's going to be complicated." They both looked at me and said, "You don't know anything about business. You've always played it safe. You work in an office, so you don't understand anything about taking risks." Basically, they told me not to give my opinion. And then my mom added, "Family always helps family." At that point, I didn't say anything else. Okay, fine. The next few months were a complete disaster. The business crashed. One day, my mom called me and told me that my brother's company had unfortunately gone bankrupt. My brother and his wife, Sarah, moved in with my parents. Just imagine the situation. My mom called me and said, "Oh, Sarah is really struggling with this because you know how she is, always so concerned about appearances. And now she has to move back in with her in-laws. Yeah, guys, my sister-in-law is the worst. She was always bragging about being a CEO's wife." That weekend, as usual, I went to my parents' house for dinner. Of course, my brother and Sarah were there. As soon as we sat down to eat, my brother started this rehearsed speech about how businesses fail and everything he had been through. Then, at one point during the night, Sarah said, "I don't think I can handle living like this much longer. With all due respect, no offense, but I need my own space." And then my brother turned to my parents and asked, "Hey, what's up with Grandma's apartment?" Guys, just imagine my face. I immediately said, hello? I live there. I remodeled the whole place. This person lives there." And they ignored me completely. My mom, all excited, said, Oh, that's right. Camilla made the place beautiful. She renovated everything, and it looks amazing. Lucas and Sarah looked at each other. They exchanged this calculating look. I felt something in my gut. You know when you just know something bad is coming? But I told myself, no, this isn't going to happen. They wouldn't dare. This is not happening. Well, I had left off at the family dinner when they hinted that the apartment was available, as if I wasn't living there. As if I hadn't spent 6 whole months renovating everything with my own hands. 2 days later, I was arriving home, thinking about what show I was going to watch, when I heard familiar voices inside my apartment. I walked in and saw my mom, Lucas, and Sarah in the living room. I immediately asked, "Mom, what's going on? What is this? You should have called me before coming over, asked for permission, talked to me, something." And she, with the audacity, said, "I'm the owner. I can come whenever I want." She didn't even look me in the eye. To give you an idea, Sarah was walking around the apartment, touching the curtains, checking every little detail, observing absolutely everything. She went into my bedroom, the bathroom, the kitchen, literally inspected the entire apartment as if she were considering buying it or something. At the end, she sat down on the couch, smiled with that smug, cat-like grin, and said, "This place is perfect. We can move in next week." I was like, "What?" Obviously, I immediately responded, "Excuse me? I live here. I renovated this place. This is my home. What are you even talking about?" And then my mom cut in and said, "Excuse me, but I'm the owner. I decide who lives here." I was stunned. "Are you serious? What about all the work I did? All the effort? I painted the walls, remodeled everything, fixed the floors, bought all the furniture. I did all of this with my own sweat and hard work." And then that woman, my own mother, said, "Well, since you renovated it, now it's worth 3 times more than before. So, if you can't pay triple the rent, you have 1 week to leave." Guys, obviously I knew there was no way I could afford triple the rent. Imagine paying for 3 apartments at once? That was impossible. And my coward of a brother, he said nothing. My mom, still not even looking at me, just said, "You have 1 week." And they left. I was just standing there in the middle of my home, not knowing what to do. I could have cried all night, but instead, I immediately started looking for a new apartment right away. I was searching. By the middle of the night, I had already found the perfect place. The next morning, I called my job and told them I couldn't come in, for the first time in 3 years. By 9 a.m., I was already at the new apartment I had found overnight. By 10 a.m., I had signed the contract and paid the deposit. After that, I called a moving company and asked if they could move me that same day. Of course, I had to pay extra for the urgency, but I didn't care. When the moving company arrived, I was standing in the middle of my living room, directing everything. "That's mine. That's mine. That's coming with me. That too. Take everything, even the custom-built wardrobe I had installed." I took everything. I was orchestrating the whole thing like a conductor. "That's mine. That's mine. Load it up. Let's go. Let's go into the truck. Into the truck. Into the truck." By the time I left, the apartment looked exactly like it did when I first moved in. All that was left was that hideous old couch in the middle of the room, just like when I arrived, completely empty. Every single thing I bought, I took it with me. I put the keys in an envelope, passed by my parents' house, slipped them under the door, and went to my new home. The next morning, all hell broke loose. At 7 a.m., my phone started blowing up with calls. My mom, Sarah, Lucas, all of them. I calmly made myself a cup of coffee, ignored all the calls, and only after finishing my coffee I decided, okay, let's see what she wants. I answered my mom's call, and the first thing she said was, "How could you do this? What makes you think you had the right to empty the apartment? How dare you?" And I simply said, "Listen to me. I had every right because I bought every single one of those things. I have all the receipts. If you want, I can send them to you, no problem." My mom completely lost it. She called me things I literally can't repeat in this story. I won't even say them. Lucas and Sarah started bombarding me with messages. It was insane. But me, I stayed calm. I ignored them all and focused on settling into my new home. I made it beautiful, of course. I unpacked, organized, decorated everything. We didn't talk for about a month, and I won't lie, I did think about them sometimes. Of course, I wondered, how are they doing? Does my mom still make lasagna every Sunday? Did they ever get furniture for the apartment? What's going on with the company? I did think about those things, and honestly, nostalgia hit me sometimes. But every time it did, I forced myself to let it go. Exactly 1 month later, my mom called me. I almost didn't pick up, but a tiny part of me still had a little hope, so I answered. And the very first thing she said, straight to the point, "I didn't receive your rent pay this month." I burst out laughing. "Of course you didn't. You kicked me out. I don't live there anymore. Did you forget? I moved out. I don't live there, sweetheart." And she said, "Well, we thought you would keep paying the rent. We took out a loan to help Lucas. Lucas can't pay rent right now because the company is struggling. We are paying off the loan. We thought you would continue paying the rent. Family helps family." Guys, she actually expected me to pay 2 rents after everything they did to me because, oh, poor Lucas, because they took out a small loan to help him. And then she hit me with that classic line, "Family helps family." Oh, really? Does family kick out one child to make room for another? I straight up told her, "So you're throwing the family helps family line now? When you are the ones who need help?" The only thing she said was, "I'm very disappointed in you." And I said, "Funny. I was just about to say the same thing to you." The call ended. I blocked her. I blocked my brother. I blocked Sarah. I blocked my dad. I blocked all of them. Weeks and months went by. One day, I met up with my cousin. I still have a relationship with the rest of my family, obviously. And my cousin told me that Lucas had started a new business. My parents had been going around to all our relatives begging for money so Lucas could start over. And every single relative said no. Then my cousin told me they were now thinking about taking out another loan to fund Lucas's new idea. She looked at me and asked, "So, what do you think?" I stayed quiet for a moment, then I just said, "A few months ago, I would have been really worried about this. It would have really affected me. But now, not my circus, not my monkeys. Since I left that house, my life took a turn that even I hadn't expected. Not only was I fully settled in my new apartment, but professionally I kept climbing higher than ever. After some time at the company, I got promoted again. My salary skyrocketed, and now I wasn't just leading a team. I was handling high-level projects that really mattered. And that's when I started seeing everything from a different perspective. At first, all I wanted was to get away from my family, forget about them, and move on. But over time, I realized their situation could actually be very convenient for me. It's not that I wanted to reconnect with them, but something inside me wouldn't let this go completely. I don't know if it was anger, the need for revenge, or just the feeling that this wasn't over yet. Grandma's apartment. Since I was little, that place had meant something to me. It wasn't just a property. It was a part of my childhood, my memories. And no matter how easily they had thrown me out, that place still felt like it belonged to me. I should be the one to have it. And now, with money and the perfect opportunity, I could finally make that happen. Because, of course, my parents were desperate. Lucas had failed again with his so-called new business. My cousin told me he tried to start some kind of online venture, one of those ridiculous get-rich-quick ideas that were obviously doomed from the start. My parents, broke, went knocking on every relative's door begging for financial help, but no one wanted to deal with Lucas's disasters anymore. And that's when I saw my opportunity. All I had to do was wait for the perfect moment. It didn't take long before my phone rang. It was my mother. Since I had blocked her, we hadn't spoken, but this time she was calling from an unknown number. I answered without saying my name, waiting for her to speak first. "Sweetheart." Her voice sounded hesitant. I let out a low chuckle. "Sweetheart? That's funny. I thought you had gotten rid of me." She sighed. "Look, I know things ended badly, but I wanted to talk to you." I didn't say a word. She kept going. "Lucas, he's struggling. His business isn't doing well. Your father and I were in a complicated situation." Of course they were. I murmured, pretending to care. "Yes." Her voice was strained, as if it pained her to say the words. We need a loan. Something to help us stay afloat while we figure things out. The cherry on top. Interesting, I said slowly, savoring the moment. And tell me, how many other relatives did you ask before coming to me? Silence. Oh, come on, Mom, I said. You really think I don't know you're only calling me because no one else wants to finance Lucas's mess? She hesitated. That's not it. It's just that. It's exactly that, I interrupted. But guess what? Today is your lucky day, because I have an offer. Total silence on her end. I'll lend you the money, I said, drawing out the words. But on one condition. The tension was thick. Grandma's apartment, I continued. I want it in my name, officially. Papers signed, fully transferred to me. My mother started. But, I cut her off immediately. No buts, I snapped. Take it or leave it. Another long pause. If you're so sure Lucas will turn things around, then you have nothing to worry about, right? I said with a smirk in my voice. If he succeeds, you pay me back and I return the property. Simple. But if he fails again, well, then I keep what should have been mine all along. I waited. I could hear her breathing heavy and uneven. I knew she was choking on her own pride, struggling with the humiliation of having to agree to my terms. I'll talk to your father, she finally said. Perfect, I replied. Decide quickly. This is a one-time offer. And I hung up. Now all I had to do was wait. Knowing my parents, they would go back and forth debating it, but in the end, they would do what they always did, choose Lucas. And Lucas would never be able to pay off that debt. Grandma's apartment would be mine. And this was only the beginning. Negotiating with my own family was a twisted psychological game. But in the end, as expected, they gave in. A few days after that call, my father invited me to a formal meeting at their house, as if this were a legitimate business transaction and not an act of sheer desperation. When I arrived, I saw my mother holding the apartment transfer papers, her expression bitter like she was forcefully swallowing her pride. My father, sitting next to her, looked like a defeated man. And Lucas? Lucas didn't even have the decency to look me in the eye. It's all ready, my father said, pushing the papers toward me. I took them calmly, reading every line, every clause. The lawyer I hired had already checked everything and assured me there were no hidden tricks. When I saw the signatures at the bottom, a wave of satisfaction rushed through me. What's so funny? My mother spat, clearly irritated by my smirk. Oh, nothing, I replied, signing the documents at my own pace and placing them in my folder. Just making sure you're not trying to scam me again. She looked away. The silence in the room was suffocating. Well, I said, snapping the folder shut and standing up. Now that everything's settled, you can come pick up the money tomorrow. I'll transfer it as agreed. My father let out a sigh of relief. My mother still looked like she was choking on humiliation. I knew you wouldn't leave us hanging, my father said, trying to smooth things over. Of course not, I said, forcing a smile. After all, family helps family. Isn't that what you always say? Lucas finally looked up and shot daggers at me, but I held my ground. After officially owning the house, I decided to renovate it completely. Now that it was mine, I wanted it to reflect my style, not my mother's outdated, tacky decorations. I hired a team and immediately started renovations. I painted the walls, replaced the floors, modernized the kitchen, redid the bathrooms. The apartment turned out flawless. Spending time there overseeing the transformation awakened something inside me. I had always loved that place. The only problem? Lucas and Sarah were still living there. And now they were paying rent to me. Of course, I wasn't about to let that opportunity go to waste. From the moment they signed the lease, I made sure to collect their rent promptly each month. At first, they paid without complaint. After all, they had no other choice. But as time passed, and the deadline for repaying me drew closer, I started noticing signs of tension. My mother would call me more frequently, asking if I could give them a discount or be more flexible with the payments. You know your brother is trying to get back on his feet, she'd say in that fake motherly tone. I do, I'd respond coldly. And I also know he has a roof over his head because I allow it. After that, she always went silent until the day I had been waiting for finally arrived. The day the deadline to repay me arrived, my mother called. "We need to talk," she said, her voice heavy. I knew exactly what was coming. When I arrived at my parents' house, I found Lucas and Sarah sitting in the living room, looking miserable. My parents were tense. Something was off. "Well," I said, crossing my arms, "I'm listening." We have the money," my father announced. I raised an eyebrow. "Really?" "Yes," my mother confirmed, but there was something strange in her tone. Lucas and Sarah seemed uneasy. "Great," I said, settling into the couch. "Then transfer it, and we'll be done with this." That's when my mother dropped the bomb. "The apartment," she began. "We want it back." For a moment, I thought I had misheard. "Excuse me," I said, laughing. "We have the money now, we can pay you, so we want the house back," she insisted, this time with more confidence. My smile faded. "No," I replied flatly. "What do you mean, no?" Lucas snapped. "Exactly what I said." I leaned forward, locking eyes with him. "This house is mine now. You made a deal, and as you yourself said before, business is business." "But it was just a loan," my mother protested. "It was only a guarantee. We have the money now." "Oh, really?" I feigned interest. "And tell me, where exactly did you suddenly get that amount from?" My parents exchanged nervous glances. Lucas and Sarah averted their eyes. "Oh," I nodded to myself. "You borrowed from a loan shark, didn't you?" The silence was all the confirmation I needed. I let out a dry chuckle. "My God." I shook my head, standing up. "You people are pathetic. You threw me out like garbage, and now you went into debt with a loan shark to try and take the house back." "We couldn't lose this house," my mother screamed. "It's our home. Our home." I laughed bitterly. "You kicked me out of here without hesitation, and now it suddenly matters to you?" Lucas, red with rage, jumped up from his seat. "You've always been a jealous," he spat. "You've always wanted to take everything from me, even when we were kids. But this time you went too far." I stepped closer to him, completely unfazed. "The only thing I did," I said coldly, "was teach you a lesson. I'm not responsible for the fact that you're incapable of managing anything and constantly need mommy and daddy to clean up your mess." His jaw clenched. For a second, I thought he was going to do something, but I knew he wouldn't dare. I took a deep breath and dropped the final bombshell. "If you really want to keep living in my house." Everyone turned to look at me. "The rent is now 3 times what you were paying before." The silence was deafening. "What?" Sarah whispered, her voice shaking. "If you want to stay, pay up," I said with a shrug. "If not, find somewhere else to live." My mother went pale. "This has to be a joke," my father murmured. "No," I smiled icy. "This is business." I grabbed my bag and walked toward the door. Before stepping out, I looked back at them one last time. "You have until the end of the month to decide," I said calmly. And then I walked away, leaving them to drown in the mess they had created. Weeks had passed since that day, when I made it clear that if they wanted to keep living in my house, they would have to pay 3 times the rent. They hadn't contacted me since. The deadline I had given them was about to expire, and I was patiently waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Then one of my cousins told me something that made me laugh for a solid 5 minutes. They never borrowed money from a loan shark. All that dramatic tension, the desperate expressions, the whole act. It was all a lie. They had made up that pathetic story to guilt-trip me into giving the house back. The audacity. After everything they had done to me, they still thought I would fall for their little manipulation game. This only confirmed what I already knew. They had never changed. They were still the same selfish, deceitful people who always tried to get away with things without taking responsibility. But that was fine. If they wanted to play, I would play better. I waited for the deadline to arrive. I followed everything by the book. Didn't rush, didn't act hastily. And just as expected, on the exact day of the deadline, they transferred the money to me. Of course, it was the money they owed me. I had no legal or moral obligation to give them the house back just because they finally paid what they were supposed to. And then, exactly one day after the deadline passed, I put my plan into action. I waited until they left the house. Lucas and Sarah always visited my parents on the weekends. As soon as they were gone, I made a few calls. Some friends were already on standby, ready to help me, and together we emptied the house. We left nothing. Clothes, furniture, personal belongings. Everything was packed up and moved carefully. I left it all stacked in my parents' garage. If they wanted their stuff, they could go pick it up there. When I stood in the empty house, looking around, I felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. It was mine. For the first time, truly mine. Revenge had never felt more like justice. Lucas and Sarah found out hours later. The chaos that followed was immediate. My phone exploded with calls, my mother, my father, Lucas, even Sarah. Everyone was calling me like some terrible tragedy had struck. I didn't answer. I already knew what they were going to say, and I didn't care. Then, soon enough, they showed up at my door. Furious. Lucas was screaming like a madman. Sarah was sobbing like she had lost everything in life, and my parents looked at me like I was some kind of monster. "How could you do this?" Lucas roared. "This is our house," my mother whined. "You crossed the line," my father attempted to say with authority. I calmly opened the door, met their eyes, and with the most serene voice, I said, "The house is mine." For a second, they were completely speechless. "You're a monster," Lucas shouted, his face turning red with rage. I raised my hand. "Try anything and I'll call the police. You really think I'm playing?" Lucas clenched his fists, but didn't dare move. "You stole from us," Sarah shrieked hysterically. "No," I corrected her. "I bought it. I loaned you the money. I set my terms. I waited months to see if you'd keep your word. And instead of being decent about it, you lied to me. You thought I was stupid enough to fall for it again." My mother tried to speak, but I held up my hand again to silence her. "I've heard enough. Your belongings are in my parents' garage. If you want them, go pick them up. But this house? You will never set foot in it again." "Are you kicking us out?" my father asked, as if he couldn't believe it. "Absolutely," I smiled coldly. They exchanged glances as if searching for some last-minute miracle. Lucas looked like he was about to explode, his face red and his hands trembling, but I wasn't afraid of them. They had no power over me anymore. I took a deep breath and delivered my final blow. "Oh, and before I forget," I pulled out my phone, and right in front of them, blocked each and every one of them. First my mother, then my father, Lucas, Sarah. Every single one of them erased from my life. "There," I said, slipping my phone back into my pocket. "Now, if you'll excuse me," and I slammed the door in their faces. They screamed outside for a while. Lucas pounded on the door, cursing, but I didn't care. I turned on the TV, sat down on my couch, and enjoyed the peace of my home. Would they try to sue me one day? Maybe, but they couldn't do anything. The paperwork was signed, the property was legally mine. Everything was done by the book. Did I regret it? Not for a single second. Time passed, and just as I had predicted, Lucas and my parents tried to take me to court. I heard about it through a cousin who still kept in touch with me, and honestly, when I got the news, I laughed out loud for a good few minutes. Did they seriously think they had a chance? From the very beginning, I had done everything by the book. Every transaction, every document, every relevant conversation had been recorded. The house was legally mine. There was no clause, no proof, no contract stating that once they paid off the loan, I would be required to return the house to them. They had nothing. But of course, that didn't stop them from trying. Lucas filed a lawsuit against me, claiming that the house had been given as a temporary guarantee, and that once the money was paid back, the property should have been transferred back to him or my parents. They accused me of bad faith, of theft, of betraying their trust. Basically, they threw every possible argument at the court, hoping something would stick. On the day of the hearing, I sat calmly in the courtroom while Lucas, my mother, and my father arrived with sour expressions. Sarah wasn't there. Maybe even she didn't believe in this pathetic attempt. The first thing my lawyer did was present the official property documents. Your Honor, this is the signed and registered deed proving that my client is the sole legal owner of the property in question. The judge picked up the papers, skimmed through them, read for a few moments, then looked straight at Lucas. Do you have any document proving that there was an agreement stating the property would be returned? Lucas swallowed hard. He glanced at my mother, who quickly looked away. My father let out a deep sigh. No, but it was a verbal agreement. Lucas tried to argue, his voice already sounding desperate. The judge raised an eyebrow. A verbal agreement? Yes, it was an agreement between family. My lawyer smirked, already expecting this ridiculous excuse. With all due respect, Your Honor, we all know that a verbal agreement regarding real estate holds no legal weight. Furthermore, we have messages exchanged between the parties where no mention was ever made of the house being returned. My client requested the property as collateral, and ownership was legally transferred. The judge flipped through the documents once more. After a few seconds of silence, he looked at Lucas and my parents. So, you signed the papers, transferred ownership to her, never filed any legal request to reverse the transaction, but now you want her to simply give the house back because it was a verbal agreement between family? Lucas opened his mouth, but had no response. The judge sighed, already losing patience. Case dismissed. The gavel came down. Just like that, Lucas went pale, my mother covered her face with her hands, and my father didn't even try to argue. They had lost. No appeal, no way out. As I walked out of the courtroom, I felt an indescribable sense of relief. It was official. The house was mine, and no one could take it from me. Lucas walked past me in the hallway, his eyes burning with hatred. My mother couldn't even look at me, and my father just walked off without a word. And that was the last time I ever saw them. After that day, they never contacted me again. No calls, no messages, no attempts to reach out. It was as if I had died to them. And honestly, I had never felt better. At first, I'd catch myself thinking about them occasionally, not out of sadness but curiosity. How are they dealing with everything? Had Lucas finally managed to recover from yet another failure? Have my parents finally realized they had spent their whole lives betting on the wrong horse? But soon I realized that none of it mattered, because in the end, I was the only one who actually won. Let's break it down. Lucas, the business genius, the great entrepreneur, the golden child who took risks and chased his dreams, was broke, still relying on mommy and daddy to survive. His revolutionary business ideas? All failures. His brilliant entrepreneurial vision? Completely worthless. And me? The rejected daughter, the boring office worker, the one who was never acknowledged, never encouraged, never valued? I now had a house under my name that generated extra income. I had financial stability, a good job, and I never had to beg anyone for anything again. At the end of the day, who was the real entrepreneur? The answer was obvious. My success didn't come from delusions. It didn't come from big dreams. It came from my intelligence, my hard work, and my ability to recognize real opportunities. Lucas, he only knew how to waste money and blame others. And my parents? Well, now they had to face reality. They had spent their whole lives worshiping a spoiled, incompetent, and failed son while treating their daughter like she was insignificant. Yet in the end, I was the only one who actually built something for myself. And you know the funniest part? If they had treated me with even a shred of respect, if they hadn't kicked me out of that house years ago, maybe I would have actually helped Lucas for real. But they made their choice, and now they had to live with it. So I moved on with my life, with no regrets, without ever looking back. Now on to the next story. Story 3. My aunt said that adopted kids weren't real family and banned me from the reunion. Only blood relatives at the Anderson family gathering. She smiled. I smiled and opened the DNA test results. Funny you should mention blood, Aunt Karen. They say blood is thicker than water, but I've learned that DNA can be thicker than both, especially when it comes to family secrets. My name is Mel Anderson, and until 3 months ago, I thought being adopted was the biggest surprise of my life. I was wrong. I was adopted at birth by James and Maria Anderson. the most loving parents anyone could ask for. They never hid the fact that I was adopted. It was just part of our family story, like Dad's terrible dad jokes or Mom's award-winning apple pie. Being adopted never made me feel less of an Anderson, at least not until Aunt Karen decided to make it an issue. It started when the invitations went out for the Anderson family grand reunion. Grandpa Anderson was turning 90, and the entire extended family was gathering at his sprawling farmhouse in Vermont for a week-long celebration. Cousins were flying in from across the country, uncles and aunts were taking time off work, and everyone was talking about making it the biggest family event in Anderson history. Everyone except Karen, that is, as Grandpa's oldest daughter and self-appointed guardian of the Anderson family legacy. She had taken charge of planning the reunion, and apparently, she had some very specific ideas about who counted as family. I found out about her views during a family dinner at my parents' house. Karen was showing Mom the draft guest list, rambling about accommodations and meal plans. "Of course, we'll need accurate numbers," she said, not quite looking at me. "This is a gathering for true Andersons only. Blood relatives." The table went quiet. Dad's fork clattered against his plate. "What exactly are you saying, Karen?" Mom's voice had that dangerous edge I rarely heard. "Well," Aunt Karen smoothed her designer blouse. "You understand, don't you? This is about family heritage, about celebrating the Anderson bloodline. Michelle is lovely, of course, but she's not really an Anderson. Not really an Anderson." The words hit like a physical blow. 28 years of family holidays, shared memories, love, and belonging, all dismissed because I didn't share their DNA. "That's ridiculous," Dad started, but Aunt Karen cut him off. "James, be reasonable. This isn't about feelings. It's about preserving our family's history. The reunion will feature a presentation about the Anderson genealogy, displays of family heirlooms, discussions about inherited traits. Michelle would feel out of place." "The only one making Michelle feel out of place is you," Mom snapped. But Aunt Karen wasn't finished. "Besides, I've already discussed it with the reunion committee. We all agree, blood relatives only. It's simpler that way." The reunion committee consisted of Karen's daughter Jessica and two cousins who had never dared to disagree with her. I had grown up with Jessica, shared clothes and secrets through our teenage years, and now she couldn't even meet my eyes across the table. "This is insane," Dad declared. "If Michelle's not welcome, none of you are going." "Don't be dramatic, James," Karen chided. "You're the eldest son. You have to be there. And Maria's been helping Grandpa organize his old photographs for the family history display. You can't abandon your responsibilities just because Michelle's feelings are hurt." I found my voice then. "Don't worry about it, Dad. I wouldn't want to taint the precious Anderson bloodline with my adopted presence." "Michelle?" My mom reached for my hand, but I was already standing. "I mean it. Go to the reunion. Grandpa deserves to have his whole family there for his birthday. His real family, according to Aunt Karen." I left the house despite my parents' protests, driving home to my apartment. I couldn't stop thinking about all the little moments over the years when Karen had subtly emphasized my outsider status. The Christmas she gave all the grandkids family heirloom jewelry except me. The way she introduced me as James and Maria's adopted daughter rather than just her niece. But something else was bothering me. Something about the way she had been so insistent about blood relatives only. It seemed excessive even for Karen, like she was afraid of something. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the family photos Mom had been organizing for Grandpa's birthday. One in particular stuck in my mind. A faded Polaroid from a family picnic the year before I was adopted. Something about Karen's expression in that photo, the way she was standing apart from the group. The next morning, I called in sick to my job at the architectural firm and drove to my parents' house. Mom was at work, but I had a key. The boxes of old photos were still spread across the dining room table. I found the picnic photo easily enough. Summer of 1994, 3 months before my birth parents chose the Andersons to adopt me. The whole family was there, lounging on checkered blankets, paper plates balanced on their laps. Everyone looked relaxed in the old Polaroid. Everyone looked relaxed and happy except Karen. She stood at the edge of the frame, one hand pressed against her stomach, her face turned away from the camera. She was wearing a loose sundress, unusual for someone who usually favored tailored clothes. And according to the date stamp, this was taken just 6 months before she married Uncle Steve in what Mom always called a rushed ceremony. A crazy idea started forming in my mind. I was born in January 1995. Karen married Steve in December 1994. The timing. But no, it couldn't be, could it? I took a photo of the Polaroid with my phone and opened my laptop. Over the next few hours, I dove deep into research. Hospital records from that time were mostly digitized now. It took some creative searching, but finally, I found what I was looking for. A birth record from St. Mary's Hospital, January 15, 1995. My birth record. My birth mother's name was listed as Jane Doe, common in closed adoptions. But there was something else. A nurse's note, probably misfiled during digitization. Patient requested complete confidentiality. Family connection to hospital board member K.A. noted. Karen Anderson. My hands were shaking as I pulled up the website for a major DNA testing company. I'd always avoided these services before, respecting my birth parents' wish for privacy, but now, the test kit arrived 2 days later. As I swabbed my cheek, I thought about Karen's insistence on blood relatives only at the reunion, about all the years of subtle digs and careful distance, about how she never once asked if I wanted to find my birth parents when most relatives had brought it up at least once. 6 weeks later, my phone pinged with a notification. DNA results are ready. And that's when everything I thought I knew about family began to unravel. The DNA results loaded slowly, each new section revealing another piece of an impossible puzzle. First came the ethnic breakdown, predominantly Northern European, just like the Andersons. Then the health markers showing the same predisposition to high blood pressure that ran in the Anderson family. But it was the relative matches that made my heart stop. Close family match, Jessica Anderson. Estimated relationship, half-siblings. Below that, close family match, James Anderson. Estimated relationship, father. My father wasn't my uncle. He was my father biologically, which meant Karen was my mother. The room started spinning. I grabbed my phone, hands shaking, and called Mom. Not my birth mother. My mom, the only mom who had ever mattered. Michelle? She answered on the first ring. What's wrong? I need you and Dad to come over now. And bring that photo album from 1994. They arrived 20 minutes later, finding me still staring at my laptop screen. Without a word, I turned it to face them. Oh, God, Mom whispered, sinking onto my couch. Dad's face went pale. How long have you known? I asked. We didn't, Dad said quickly. Not for certain. We suspected, but Karen never confirmed it. Mom took my hand. When we were chosen for adoption, we were told it was a closed adoption through the hospital. But the social worker, she hinted that there was a family connection. We thought maybe a distant relative. Then, at the hospital, I saw Karen in the maternity ward. She said she was visiting a friend, but she begged us not to tell anyone. Dad continued. She said it would destroy her life, her chances with Steve. We agreed because we wanted you so badly, and we were afraid that if we didn't, she'd change her mind. I swallowed hard. The pieces were falling into place. Karen's distance, her insistence on keeping me separate from real family events, her obsession with bloodlines and heritage. We should have told you, Mom was crying now. But as the years passed, it seemed kinder not to. You were ours, completely ours. The how didn't matter. I looked at them, these parents who had chosen me, loved me, protected me even from the truth. Does Grandpa know? I asked Dad. He shook his head. I don't think so. Karen told everyone she was staying with a cousin in Maine during that time. I looked at the reunion invitation still sitting on my coffee table. The Anderson family grand reunion was starting in 3 days. Karen's carefully orchestrated celebration of family history was about to become something very different. I'm going, I announced. Michelle, Mom started. No, I shook my head. I'm tired of hiding who I am, of being made to feel less than. Karen wants to celebrate Anderson blood? Fine. Let's celebrate it. The reunion was in full swing when we arrived at Grandpa's farm. Cars lined the long driveway, kids ran across the sprawling lawn, and the smell of barbecue filled the air. A large banner proclaimed, "Welcome Anderson family," in Karen's perfect calligraphy. She spotted us immediately, her face darkening. "I thought we discussed this," she said, stepping forward to block our path. "This gathering is for blood relatives only." Karen crossed her arms over her chest, wearing that haughty expression she always used when asserting her authority over the family. But this time I didn't feel intimidated. She had excluded me for years, but now I knew the truth. "I have just as much right to be here as anyone else," I said firmly. She let out a dry, humorless laugh filled with disdain. "Oh, really? And since when do bastards count as legitimate family members?" Heat rushed to my face so fast that my fists clenched involuntarily. My father, my real father, stiffened beside me, and my mother grabbed my arm as if she knew I was on the verge of losing control. "Bastard," I repeated, my voice shaking with anger. "You have the audacity to call me that after hiding from everyone that I'm your daughter?" The silence around us grew heavy. People who had been chatting and laughing around the farmhouse began to take notice. I saw Jessica, my half-sister, standing a few feet behind Karen, her eyes wide in confusion. "What are you talking about?" Karen tried to keep her composure, but I noticed the slight tremor in her hands. I pulled my phone from my pocket and opened the DNA test results, turning the screen toward her. This is what I'm talking about. My genes don't lie, Karen. You may have fooled everyone for almost 30 years, but science doesn't fail." She stared at the screen, and for a brief moment, I saw the horror in her eyes. But Karen was good at masking her emotions. She forced out a laugh, though her voice was shaky. "This is ridiculous. You must have faked this somehow." "I wouldn't fake a DNA test. But you know who did fake something for nearly 3 decades? You." Jessica stepped forward, her expression shifting from confusion to shock. "Mom, what is she saying? This can't be true, right?" Karen turned to her daughter, and for the first time, I saw something close to panic in her eyes. I took my chance. "I'll tell you what's true, Jessica. Your mother got pregnant when she was 20 and decided to keep it a secret. She didn't want it to ruin her marriage to Steve, so she gave me up for adoption. But she couldn't leave me with just anyone, so she placed me within the family. Guess who my real father is?" Jessica blinked rapidly, looking from her mother to my father. "Our father, James Anderson." "Dad?" she whispered, her voice breaking. My father said nothing, but his face darkened. His lips pressed into a tense line. He had always been a calm man, but now he looked like he was barely holding himself together. This can't be," Jessica murmured, stepping back. Karen finally reached for her daughter. "Sweetheart, don't listen to this girl. She's just trying to stir up trouble." "Trouble?" I let out a bitter laugh. "You destroyed my life. You spent years treating me like an outsider, excluding me, making me feel like I was never enough. And now that the truth is out, you want to act like I'm the villain." Karen snapped. "I did what I had to do. I saved my marriage. And you destroyed my identity in the process." I shot back. "You never treated me like family because deep down, seeing my face reminded you of what you did, didn't it? Of what you abandoned. You chose to push me away instead of dealing with your own guilt." The guests around us were shifting uncomfortably. My uncles, aunts, and even Grandpa Anderson stood there watching, unsure of what to say. Jessica still looked shaken, her eyes filling with tears. "You knew, Mom? You knew and never told me?" "Of course not, honey," Karen insisted, her voice trembling. "She's lying." I pulled out my phone again and opened the DNA test results. "If I'm lying, then prove it. Here's the evidence. Here's the bloodline you love so much, Karen." She froze. She had no argument against science. Jessica took another step back, as if seeing her mother for the first time. "Oh my God, it's true." Karen reached for her again. "Jessica, please, don't touch me." Jessica pulled away. "You lied to me. You always told me that family was everything, that blood was what mattered most. And now we find out that you hid your own daughter." Karen was beginning to hyperventilate. I watched as her face paled, her eyes darting between Jessica, me, and the crowd around us. She was losing control. "I did it for you. For us." "No, Mom. You did it for yourself." I turned to my father, who had remained silent, watching the chaos unfold. "You knew," I said, my voice quieter now. "You suspected, but you never told me?" My father swallowed hard. "I swear, I thought we were doing the right thing." "The right thing?" My voice cracked. "The right thing would have been telling me the truth. The right thing would have been treating me like your daughter instead of a family secret." The murmurs around us grew louder. My uncles and cousins exchanged uneasy glances. The Anderson family, the one that had always prided itself on being so tight-knit, was crumbling before everyone's eyes. Grandpa Anderson finally stepped forward, leaning on his cane. "Karen, is this true?" She didn't answer. Her silence was all the confirmation anyone needed. I took a deep breath, feeling something shift inside me. Freedom. "You know what? Thank you, Karen. Because it was your arrogance, your insistence on excluding me, that led me to the truth. You tried to erase me from this family's history, but now everyone knows exactly who I am." Karen had no words. For the first time in her life, she had no response. And for the first time in my life, I finally felt like I belonged. The silence after the revelation was overwhelming. Karen remained motionless, her skin so pale she looked like she might faint. Jessica couldn't stop staring at her, as if she were seeing her mother for the first time. My father was still tense, as if he knew that nothing he said could erase what had just happened. And me? I was burning inside. After years of being treated like an outsider, as if I had never truly been an Anderson, everything finally made sense. Karen despised me because I was a living reminder of her dirty secret. And yet, she had the audacity to try and ban me from this reunion. She wanted so badly to celebrate the Anderson blood? Very well. She would get exactly that. I took a deep breath and stepped forward, making sure my voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. "I really must thank you all for coming today. After all, this is a very special occasion." The Anderson family gathered to celebrate its origins, to remember our roots. Karen flinched, realizing where I was going with this. "Mel, that's enough," she whispered. But I wasn't stopping now. "Enough?" I smiled, but there wasn't a trace of humor on my face. "Enough is what you told me when you decided I wasn't part of this family. Enough is what you told me my entire life. Well, now it's my turn to say enough with the lies." I turned to the rest of the family, who were still digesting the shock. "You spent all these years looking at me with pity, as if I were a burden my parents took in out of charity. But guess what? I'm more of an Anderson than many of you." "That doesn't mean anything," Karen tried to cut in, her voice higher pitched than usual. "A DNA test doesn't define a family." "Funny coming from you?" I shot back, crossing my arms. "You spent years preaching that blood is what matters, and now suddenly it doesn't? How convenient." This doesn't change anything," she insisted, trying to regain her composure. "Oh, I think it changes a lot." I looked around. "Because if you all really believe everything Karen has said about family, about lineage, then you must be wondering what else she has lied to you about." The eyes of my uncles and cousins narrowed. Some glanced at Karen with distrust. Others whispered among themselves. Grandpa Anderson was the one who broke the silence. "Karen," he began, his voice hoarse and tired, "why did you never tell us?" Karen blinked rapidly, as if searching for an answer. I did what I thought was best for everyone. For me, for Steve, for the family. I was young. I didn't know what to do." Jessica let out a short, bitter laugh. "Didn't know what to do? So you decided to lie to everyone?" Karen turned to her daughter, the desperation now showing on her face. "Sweetheart, I did this for you too. I wanted you to have a life without scandals. I wanted to protect our family. You lied to me my entire life," Jessica interrupted. And now you expect me to just accept this? Sweetheart, please. Don't call me sweetheart. Jessica took a step back, moving away from her mother. You spent years teaching me that family is about loyalty, about trust. And now I find out that you have a hidden daughter that you abandoned. Karen reached out for Jessica, but she pulled away. My father, on the other hand, had remained silent until finally he looked at Karen and spoke. You knew I was the father. Karen froze. What? You knew I was the father from the start. Her expression changed. For a brief moment, I saw something in her face. Fear. And that's when it hit me. My God, I said. You knew, but you never told him. Shock washed over my father's face. Karen, you took my daughter away from me. That's not how it was, she shouted, her voice shaking. You could know. You would have wanted to do the right thing, to take responsibility, and I couldn't let that happen. My father closed his eyes and shook his head slowly. You couldn't let it happen. I spent my entire life thinking I was just the older brother who helped raise his adoptive niece. And now I find out that I've spent nearly 30 years not knowing that my own daughter was right there the whole time. Karen was desperately trying to find the right words, but nothing she said could fix what she had done. Now I laughed, a dry, bitter laugh. So that's it. You didn't reject me because I was adopted. You rejected me because deep down you knew I belonged here, that if I ever found out the truth, you would lose everything. She said nothing. And guess what? Now you have. Karen looked around, as if expecting someone to speak in her defense, but no one did. Steve, her husband, stood on the house porch, his face pale. He, too, looked like he had just learned the truth. Steve! She tried to call out to him. He took a step back. I need some time. Karen stumbled as if she had been physically struck. Grandpa Anderson cleared his throat. I think this conversation has gone on long enough. But there's one thing I need to make clear. Everyone turned to look at him. The Anderson family does not exclude anyone. Least of all, my granddaughter. My chest tightened at those words. You have always been part of this family, Mel, Grandpa continued. And it is a mistake that it took this long for it to be recognized. Karen took a step forward. Dad, no. You disgraced me, Karen. His words hit her like a slap. Her face twisted in shock and humiliation. I just wanted to protect the family. You wanted to protect yourself, Grandpa shot back. But now everyone knows the truth, and it's up to each of them to decide what to do with it. Silence fell over the gathering. Karen looked around one last time, realized there was no one left to defend her, and lowered her head. I watched her as she turned and walked away. For the first time in her life, she was the outsider. And me? I had finally gotten my revenge. Karen was gone. No one followed her, no one defended her. The woman who had spent decades imposing her rules, deciding who was worthy of being called an Anderson and who wasn't, now found herself completely alone. And for the first time in her life, she was no longer in control. I felt something inside me loosen, as if a weight I had carried for years had finally been lifted. But it wasn't a feeling of triumph. It wasn't just the satisfaction of seeing Karen get what she deserved. It was something much deeper. It was the end of a life where I had to justify my own existence, prove that I had the right to be here. My father, my real father, James Anderson, still stood there, his face filled with devastation. He looked like a man who had aged 10 years in just a few minutes. His expression was one of someone who had just realized he had lost an entire lifetime with his own daughter. Mel. His voice cracked as he ran a hand down his face, exhausted. I can't ask you to forgive me. I swallowed hard. Part of me wanted to scream at him, to tell him that he should have protected me, that he should have known the truth. But looking at him now, with guilt etched into every line of his face, I realized something. Anger wouldn't change the past. You should have asked questions. My voice was firm, but the fire that had burned inside me earlier had cooled. You should have figured it out. You should have known. He lowered his head and nodded slowly. I know. And for the first time, I truly saw him. Not as the man who had always called me his niece, but as a father who had just discovered that he had missed almost 30 years of his daughter's life. I didn't know if I was ready to forgive him, but I knew I wanted to get to know him. I took a small step toward him and let out a breath. I can't promise I'll get over this anytime soon, but I'm willing to try. My father's eyes welled up with tears, and he nodded, his voice breaking. That means more than you know. Before I could say anything else, I felt someone step closer. Jessica, my sister. She looked different. The arrogance she had always carried, the superiority she had inherited from Karen, was gone. Instead, I saw uncertainty, guilt, and a deep sadness. She hesitated before speaking, her voice shaky. I don't know how to fix this, she admitted, but I want to try, if you'll let me. I studied her for a moment. For years, Jessica had been the perfect daughter, the one who fit into the idealized version of family that Karen had created. But now that illusion had shattered, and in the end, all we had left was the truth. I want to try too. And for the first time in my life, I hugged my sister. The rest of the night passed in a blur of emotions. After Karen left, the atmosphere at the reunion shifted. My uncles and cousins approached me, some to apologize, others simply to really get to know me. Grandpa Anderson insisted that my name be officially added to the family records. Never again will we allow someone to be excluded, he said firmly. My mother, my real mother Maria, never left my side. She had stayed silent through everything, but when we were finally alone, she took my hands and looked me straight in the eyes. I know today has been overwhelming for you, but I need you to know, none of this changes how I feel about you. You have always been my daughter. A tear slipped down my cheek before I could stop it. I know, Mom, and I always will be. She pulled me into a tight hug, as if afraid that after all this I might slip away from her. But I never would. She was my mother. She always had been. And Karen? She disappeared after that night. She cut ties with the entire family. No one knew exactly where she went, and most didn't care to find out. She had exiled herself. Her marriage to Steve didn't survive. He couldn't forgive the fact that she had lied to him for their entire life together. The image he had of her, of a strong, principled woman, had shattered completely. Jessica tried to contact her after a few weeks. She never got a response. And honestly, that was probably for the best. Karen had spent her whole life trying to erase my existence. Now fate had made her the one who disappeared. And me? For so long, I wondered who I was. Was I the adopted daughter? The niece? The outsider? But now I knew. I am Mel Anderson, daughter of James and Maria Anderson, sister to Jessica, granddaughter of Grandpa Anderson, part of this family. I should have never had to fight for a place that was always mine. I should have never felt like I needed to justify my existence. But finally, no one could deny it anymore. The past couldn't be changed. The pain, the lies, the lost years, they couldn't be erased. But the future was mine now. And for the first time in my life, I knew exactly where I belonged. Now on to the next story. Story 4. My girlfriend thinks I slept with her sister. I was drunk, and I'm not even sure if I did or didn't. Before we begin, I ask you to subscribe to the channel and turn on the notification bell to help me grow here on YouTube. I'm counting on you. These past few weeks, I've been staying at my girlfriend's house. She lives in the same house as her family, but her parents own another house which they usually live in another city, and that's where they are now, so it's just her and her little sister there. Because I like to spend the nights with my girlfriend, I spent most nights at her house in her bedroom and switch between that and my apartment. We like being together, and my apartment is small and dingy, so that's why it's usually at her place. We kind of had a fight a couple of weeks ago. She went out to a party with her friends and said she wouldn't be that long. I stayed up all night waiting for her, but she didn't come back till next morning. Of course, I was really upset and I shouldn't have assumed the worst, but I did, and we got into a fight. The same thing happened last night. She promised this time she'd just be a few hours. I know the parties she goes to have boys and girls there. I stayed up all night watching on TV waiting for her. I started drinking one glass of whiskey after another just out of boredom waiting for her to come back. My mind was circling around, thinking where she could be, why she could be taking so long. I feared she'd not come back till the next morning. Now, this part is really fuzzy, 'cause I was drunk as by this point and I could barely walk. I decided to call it quits, and I staggered up to her bedroom to go to sleep. I usually sleep in my underwear, so I got down to my underwear and I was surprised to find she was in bed. Or at least I thought it was her. Normally, I would have questioned what was going on. But in my drunken state, I must have just assumed she got back early and went to bed without me realizing. I remember muttering to her, "I'm sorry I got so mad at you, honey," and kissing her neck, and then cuddling her and going to sleep. I have no idea if anything else happened. I don't know if sex happened. I wish I could say it didn't, but I have no memory of the event. The next morning, I had a painful as headache. I remember waking up to my girlfriend's screams as she walked into the room in the morning. What the is going on? I was still dreary and unaware of my surroundings. As I came to, I realized I was lying in bed with her sister. We were both in our underwear, cuddling, and her sister was facing me directly. Obviously, it looked bad. My girlfriend was raging. I tried to explain, but the scene itself was incriminating enough. She told me to get out of the house, and she kicked her sister out as well. I have no idea where she went. I was in such an awful state, and my headache was so bad. I barely had any idea what was going on. Painfully, I went back to my home, where I've been all day. I've been trying to call my girlfriend. I have not been able to reach her. She's not been responding to any calls. I tried to call her sister once as well to find out what the happened, but no response. I honestly have no idea what happened. Did I cheat? Did I have sex with her? How does that even happen? I know for certain I kissed her neck, but I thought it was her. I didn't know it was her sister. Why the hell would she be in her bed? Why didn't she say or do anything? Why was she cuddling me in the morning? What can I do? How can I find out what happened? Or at least convince my girlfriend that I didn't cheat, even though I don't even know if I did or didn't. Okay, it took me almost a week to gather enough energy to write an update. Honestly, I wasn't even going to do it. I didn't see the point. Things have been miserable, and my life has been falling apart, but I'm slowly trying to pick up the pieces. A warning to everyone reading this. This story involves a very difficult and serious situation. I am slowly accepting and coming to terms with the fact that I was put in a situation where I had no control. I tried writing this before, but it came out too confusing, so I'm re-editing it now. To avoid confusion, I'll refer to the people involved as girlfriend and girlfriend's sister. When I made my last post, I had lost all contact with my girlfriend, and she wasn't answering my calls. Eventually, I managed to get in touch with girlfriend's sister. She was very upset and told me that her sister, girlfriend, had kicked her out of the house, was threatening her, and wouldn't even speak to her. I talked to girlfriend's sister and told her that she had to tell me exactly what happened, that it was very important because my girlfriend was in danger. She was extremely upset, acting impulsively, and could end up hurting herself. Girlfriend's sister told me she would tell me the whole story, but she made me swear that I wouldn't tell girlfriend. I lied and said yes. From what she told me, it seems like she intentionally took advantage of the situation, knew I was drunk, knew I thought she was my girlfriend, and used that as an opportunity to be with me. Apparently, we did have sex. After she told me that, some vague memories started to resurface, and now I barely remember that something happened. The worst part is that she said we didn't use protection and that she was scared of a possible pregnancy. She later took a test and she wasn't pregnant. Eventually, I managed to get through to my girlfriend. I told her the entire story just as I've written it here and as I mentioned in my last post, but with more details, of course. I told her everything that girlfriend's sister had told me. My girlfriend was horrified by what had happened and completely shocked, but she believed me and was deeply apologetic for accusing me of cheating. She told me that what happened was something very serious and not something I could just brush off. I told her that I didn't feel traumatized or anything, but I agreed that what happened was wrong. My girlfriend became even more furious with her sister for what she had done. She kicked her out of the house, and since then, she has never come back. My girlfriend swore that she would never speak to her again, and from the way she reacted, it sounds like she really means it. They haven't spoken since then. We've talked about what happened extensively, and I won't go into all the details here, but my girlfriend has been extremely supportive of me because I was put in a situation where I had no control. She suggested that I seek professional help or counseling, but I insisted that I don't need it. This whole situation has been extremely strange and disturbing. It feels weird to realize that I went through something like this. I don't feel different, I don't feel emotionally affected, but I still know that this happened, that someone took control of me without my awareness or choice. It's a very strange feeling. It took me almost a week to gather the energy to write an update. Honestly, I wasn't even going to. I didn't see the point. Everything has been miserable, and my life has been falling apart, but I'm slowly trying to piece things back together. For 2 months, I didn't hear anything from my girlfriend's sister. My girlfriend never spoke to her again, and although she initially supported me, our relationship was never the same. There was something between us now, an invisible weight that neither of us could ignore. She wanted to be there for me, but I could tell that part of her was broken. I tried to focus on work, my routine, anything that would make me feel normal again, but deep down that feeling of powerlessness never truly went away. Then, out of nowhere, I got a message from my girlfriend. After weeks of barely speaking, she suddenly wanted to talk, but not just with me. She wanted both me and her sister to meet her in person. My entire body tensed up as I read the message. I need to talk to you both. It's important. I didn't want to go. The mere thought of seeing her sister again made my stomach turn. But my girlfriend insisted, saying it was serious and that it concerned me as well. Reluctantly, I agreed. We met at a quiet cafe away from anywhere we might be recognized. When I arrived, my girlfriend was already there, sitting at a table in the back, nervously scrolling through her phone. Her sister hadn't arrived yet. I sat down without saying a word. I wanted to ask what this was all about, but I could already tell from her expression that something was very, very wrong. A few minutes later, her sister walked in. She hesitated at the entrance as if she knew she wasn't welcome. I refused to look directly at her, but I could feel the tension in the air. The moment she sat down, my girlfriend let out a long, tired sigh before finally speaking. 2 months ago, after everything that happened, I took a pregnancy test. The world around me seemed to stop. I felt my heart pounding in my chest as I processed what she had just said. She looked me straight in the eye, carefully watching my reaction. It came back positive. My mind went blank. My vision blurred. She was pregnant. My girlfriend was pregnant. But that didn't make sense. I knew for a fact that we hadn't been together since before the incident. And then it hit me. I slowly turned my head toward her sister, and the look on her face confirmed my worst fear. The baby is yours. My girlfriend's voice was quiet, but it carried the weight of 1,000 bricks crashing down on me. Couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. I could barely even speak. This can't be real. How do you even know for sure? Her sister kept her head down. My girlfriend let out another heavy sigh. She took a test. The timeline matches. You know it could be yours. I felt like throwing up. My body was shaking. So why am I here? My voice was sharp, bitter. What do you want from me? She hesitated for a moment, like she was searching for the right words. I'm not here to force you into anything, but this child, this baby needs a father. I laughed, not out of humor, out of sheer disbelief. You actually expect me to accept this? To just go along with this and act like this is normal? My girlfriend bit her lip, and I could see the pain in her eyes. She was just as shattered as I was, just in a different way. I don't know what I expect. I just know that this is happening and that I can't do this alone. Her sister still hadn't said a single word. I clenched my fists, trying to contain the fury rising inside me. You want child support, don't you? That's what this is about. You're asking me to be financially responsible for something that I didn't choose, that I didn't agree to, that I don't even fully remember. My girlfriend looked at me, and I saw the truth in her eyes. Yes, that's what I'm asking. I laughed again, but this time there was nothing behind it. No emotion, no feeling, just emptiness. Do you even hear how insane this sounds? Do you realize that I was put into this situation without a choice? I never wanted this. I never asked for this. And now you're dropping this on me like it's my responsibility. She didn't answer right away. When she finally spoke, her voice was barely above a whisper. I don't know what else to do. I just know that this is real and that I can't handle it on my own. I pushed my chair back and stood up, my entire body trembling. I need time to think. She nodded, but I could see the tears welling up in her eyes. I turned away and walked out of the cafe without looking back, without caring what her sister had to say. I needed to breathe. I needed to think. But one thing was certain. My life would never be the same again. I couldn't sleep since that damned conversation at the cafe. My mind hadn't stopped. The way my girlfriend looked at me, how she tried to convince me that this was inevitable, that I had to take responsibility, as if I had a choice, as if I was supposed to just accept this, as if I had to pay for something I never wanted, never chose, as if I had to live with it. I spent the next few days trying to find a way out of this nightmare. I spoke to a lawyer, but he was blunt. If the child is yours, you'll be legally required to pay child support. I wanted to scream. I wanted to break something. The injustice of it all consumed me. My life was ruined over something I wasn't even sure really happened. And now on top of it all, I had to give up my money every month to support a child that came from a night I never consented to. Then the worst happened. A legal notice arrived. She was suing me for child support. She had the audacity to take me to court. My vision blurred with rage. I threw the papers onto the table and ran a hand down my face, trying to calm myself, but it was useless. I punched the wall hard, breathing heavily. Almost immediately, my girlfriend texted me, as if she could sense something was wrong. What happened? I sent her a picture of the documents. Minutes later, my doorbell rang. She walked in without saying a word, grabbed the papers and read them in silence. Her face turned red with fury. She didn't. She did. She's suing you for child support? After everything? After what she did? She nearly yelled. Yes. She ran a hand through her hair, pacing back and forth, fuming. This is insane. This should have never gone this far. But it did. I sank onto the couch, exhausted. I had never felt so defeated in my life. She sat next to me, eyes burning with anger. We need to do something. You can't let her get away with this. I let out a bitter laugh. And what am I supposed to do? What can I do? I don't even have proof of what happened. It's my word against hers. She went silent. Then suddenly her expression changed. She frowned, as if remembering something. Wait. I looked at her, confused. What? She stood up abruptly, grabbed her phone, and started scrolling frantically. Do you remember that conversation we had at the cafe? The day she admitted everything. My heart started racing. Yeah, why? She looked at me, her eyes filled with determination. I recorded it. I froze. What? I recorded it. I wanted to have it on record. I wanted to be able to hear it again if I needed to. And now it could be our proof. My mind was spinning. I shot up from the couch. You have that recording? She nodded, pressing her phone screen. Then the conversation played. Her sister's voice filled the room. Yes. I knew he was drunk. I knew he thought I was you. I knew exactly what I was doing. The rage that surged through my body was unlike anything I had ever felt before. I had to close my eyes and take a deep breath to stop myself from exploding right then and there. This was everything I needed. I wasn't just going to fight back against the child support case. I was going to sue her. My girlfriend and I spent hours talking with the lawyer. At first, he was shocked, but after hearing the recording, he confirmed, this is undeniable evidence. We can file a case against her for abuse, and if we win, she might even lose the right to demand child support. The feeling was indescribable. For the first time, I felt like I could fight back. And that's exactly what we did. The next day, I filed a lawsuit against her. Now the real battle had just begun. The trial was long and exhausting. Every passing day felt like I was reliving the nightmare over and over again. My life had been destroyed by a choice that was never mine, and now I was being forced to fight to prove something that should have never happened in the first place. But unlike before, this time I had proof. The recording my girlfriend made was the key to the case. The defense tried to argue that it was taken out of context, that her sister didn't mean what she said, that she was exaggerating or that I was twisting the meaning, but none of it stuck. When the audio played in court, the room went completely silent. Yes, I knew he was drunk. I knew he thought I was you. I knew exactly what I was doing. Her own words, clear, undeniable. Her lawyer desperately tried to downplay it, but there was nothing he could do. That recording was irrefutable. I looked at her in that moment, sitting there hunched over, avoiding everyone's eyes. For the first time, she looked small, weak, afraid. But I felt no sympathy. She tried to destroy my life. She put me through months of hell, made me question my own sanity, trapped me in a situation where I almost accepted paying for a child I wasn't even sure was mine. She deserved every consequence that was coming to her. The judge didn't hesitate. Guilty. The verdict came down like a weight I hadn't realized I was carrying until that moment. Guilty. She was convicted. Nothing would erase what had happened, but she wasn't walking away from this unpunished. She cried when she heard the decision. Maybe it was remorse. Maybe it was fear of what was coming for her. I don't know. I didn't care to know. I just wanted it to be over. But the nightmare wasn't finished yet. The child was born shortly after. Despite everything, there was still the looming question of paternity. That uncertainty was still hanging over me, and I needed to put an end to it once and for all. So I took a DNA test. And when the results came in, reality finally settled. The child wasn't mine. For a moment, I didn't know what to feel. Anger, relief, sadness for what I had lost, for what I had been put through. Maybe all of it at once. My girlfriend was next to me when I opened the envelope. She looked at the papers with me, and for a few seconds, neither of us said anything. Then finally she broke the silence. You never should have had to go through this. I took a deep breath. But I did. I thought about everything that had happened. Every night I spent blaming myself, trying to piece together what had happened that night. Every time I woke up in the middle of the night, heart pounding, wondering if there was any way I could have prevented it. But the thought that hit me the hardest was this. If I hadn't taken the test, I would have paid child support for years. If I had simply accepted everything that had been forced on me, if I had believed that I had to take responsibility, I would have been deceived. I would have given my money to support a child that was never mine. That realization hit me like a punch to the gut. I stood up, walked to the kitchen, opened the cabinet, and looked at the whiskey bottle that had been sitting there since that night. The same drink that made me vulnerable, the same drink that destroyed my life, the same drink that put me in that nightmare. I grabbed the bottle and, without hesitation, went to the sink and poured every last drop down the drain. Never again. I was never drinking again. I was never putting myself in that position again. I was never letting anyone take my control, my choices away from me again. I finished emptying the bottle, threw it away, and walked back into the living room. My girlfriend was still there, watching me. Are you okay? I thought for a second, and for the first time in months, I knew the answer. Yeah, now I am. Time passed more than I ever thought it would. At first, it felt impossible to move on, like that story had latched onto me, like I would never be able to live without being defined by everything that had happened. But I did. We did. My girlfriend stood by my side through it all. After everything, the trial, the scam, the humiliation, she didn't leave. She saw the pain I carried and chose to stay, chose to fight with me. Slowly, we rebuilt what we had, even though deep down we both knew we would never be the same again. Her sister vanished after the conviction. No one really knew where she had gone. She disappeared without a trace, maybe running from the shame, maybe trying to escape the consequences. But the problem was that, in the end, she still had a child to raise. Even though the baby wasn't mine, he still existed, and while I had no connection to him, I knew he deserved better than to be raised by someone like her. The story started small at first. Neighbors saying the baby cried all the time, that she would leave for hours and not come back. Then things got worse. Neglect, carelessness. People had seen her screaming at the child, treating him like nothing more than a burden, until one day someone reported her. When social services showed up at her place, they found exactly what had been suspected all along. A filthy home, spoiled food, piles of dirty diapers, A baby left in a crib while his mother was who knows where. The process was swift. The investigation confirmed that she wasn't fit to be a parent, and then the final decision came. She lost custody of her own child. I found out in an unexpected way. My girlfriend sent me a message while I was at work. Just a simple, "She lost custody." In that moment, I didn't know what to feel. I didn't feel sorry for her in any way, but there was something deep down, something I couldn't quite place. Maybe it was karma finally catching up. Maybe it was just the inevitable fate of someone who never cared about anything but herself. Whatever it was, she had lost everything. After that, I never heard about her again. If she tried to appeal, if she fought for her son, I don't know. Maybe she just accepted her defeat and disappeared for good. What I do know is that the child was placed with a foster family, people who actually wanted him and me. I kept living. After everything, time moved forward. Months turned into years. With each day, that nightmare felt further and further away. The scars remained, of course. Some things never fully fade, but little by little, the constant anger stopped controlling me. The need for revenge started to disappear. My girlfriend and I stayed together. After everything we had faced, we learned to rely on each other in a way most couples never do. She had seen me at my worst and still chose to stay. I had seen her strength and knew I never wanted to lose it. The trauma of that time still lingers, but it doesn't control me anymore. I've allowed myself to be happy again, and above all, I've learned the most important lesson of all. I will never let anyone take control of my life away from me again. There was a time when I thought I'd never escape this story, that no matter how many years passed, it would always be with me, haunting me, reminding me that my life had been destroyed without me being able to do anything about it. But time passed. I rebuilt myself. And yet, sometimes without warning, that thought creeps back in. What if I hadn't had proof? What if my girlfriend hadn't recorded that conversation? What if the justice system hadn't been on my side? What if, instead of being freed from that nightmare, I had been forced to pay child support for a baby that was never mine? The only reason I got justice was because I got lucky, because a recording existed, because my girlfriend believed me and decided to fight alongside me. But how many stories like mine end differently? Worse yet, how many women go through something like this every single day and have no one to believe them? That's the part that enrages me. Because I had a chance, but how many people, how many women, are thrown into the same hell and have nowhere to turn? How many are forced to accept a fate they never chose? I think about all of this when I look back at what happened to each of us. My girlfriend and I stayed together after everything. Our relationship became stronger, but it wasn't easy. There were moments when we'd look at each other and know that shadow was still there, that it would never completely go away. But we chose not to let it define us. She was the one person who stood by me, who never doubted me, and that meant more than anything. Today we live our lives without that constant weight. We don't talk about what happened anymore, not because we forgot, but because we moved on. Not because we ignore it, but because we refuse to let it control our present. As for her sister, we never saw her again. After losing custody of the baby, she disappeared completely. Some say she tried to appeal the decision, but she failed. Others say she left town and started a new life somewhere far away where no one knew her story. Honestly, I don't care. What matters is that she didn't get the happy ending she wanted. She tried to ruin my life, tried to force me to carry a burden that was never mine, tried to make me believe that I had to take responsibility for what happened. She tried, but she failed. And the baby? He was adopted. He's growing up in a family that truly loves him, that wanted him, that can give him a better life than he ever would have had with his biological mother. Maybe one day he'll learn the truth, maybe he won't. But in the end, what matters is that he didn't have to pay for her mistakes. I moved on, but I never forgot. And what haunts me the most isn't what happened to me. It's knowing how many times this has happened to others and no one did anything. It's thinking about all the women who went through what I went through and had no proof, who were dismissed, who were called liars, who were forced to live with what happened with no one to help them. I got lucky. I got justice. But how many never do? That's what keeps me up at night. That's what I'll never forget. The system fails too many people. I made it out, but what about all the ones who never do? Now on to the next story. Story 5. I'm Noah, 52, and I've always been the quiet guy in the family. The one who works hard, keeps his head down, and doesn't stir the pot. I run a small but successful construction company. And yes, I'm built like the work I do. Broad shoulders, big hands, a back that still carries years of hauling lumber, and swinging hammers. People like to joke I look like a linebacker who wandered onto the wrong job site. I take it as a compliment. My daughter Emily is 27. She's my only kid, my pride and joy, and I'll admit I've spoiled her more than I probably should have. I paid for her college, bought her first car, and even put a down payment on the house she now shares with her fiancé, Matt. We've always been close. Sunday dinners, random phone calls just to chat. Her stopping by the office to borrow tools. She never returned. I thought we had the kind of bond where she could tell me anything, which is why what happened 2 months ago felt like a punch to the gut. It was a Tuesday afternoon. I was at the shop sorting invoices when my phone lit up with Emily's name. I put it on speaker. My hands were full and answered like I always do. "Hey kiddo." She didn't hear me at first. There was chatter on her end. Muffled voices and then clear as day. I heard another woman's voice, sharp, almost sneering, say, "Hope he's not coming to the wedding. No room for a man built like a truck sitting next to our family." Emily laughed. Not awkwardly. Not enough. "Please don't say that way." She actually laughed and said, "Your wish is my command." I froze. There was a pause on my end, and for a second I thought maybe I'd misheard, but then the other voice, her future mother-in-law, I recognized it, added something about how embarrassing it would be for the photos. Emily just chuckled again and said, "Don't worry, he won't be there." I don't remember much of what they said after that. I stood in my office staring at the half-painted drywall. I'd been meaning to finish for weeks, feeling like someone had taken a 2x4 to my chest. I didn't say a word. Not then, not for the rest of the call. She eventually realized she'd pocket-dialed me, mumbled a quick hello, and when I answered with a neutral, "Yeah, I'm here," she acted like everything was normal, told me about cake tastings and seating charts like I hadn't just heard her laugh at the thought of me being excluded. I hung up, sat down at my desk, and just stared at my callous hands for a long time. I've dealt with insults before from clients, competitors, even strangers. But hearing it from my own daughter and laughing along with the woman who hadn't even been in our lives for 2 years, that cut deep. That night I didn't sleep. My dog Max curled up at my feet, probably sensing something was wrong. But my mind kept replaying that phone call over and over. Every laugh, every word. No room for a man built like a truck. It wasn't about the chairs or the space. It was about me, who I was, what I looked like, what I represented. The next morning I went through the motions, shower, coffee, work, but I felt hollow. At lunch, I drove out to the lake near my shop and just sat in my truck, staring at the water, trying to make sense of everything. Should I confront her? Should I let it slide? Part of me wanted to believe it was a misunderstanding, that maybe she was just joking along to keep the peace with her future in-laws. But that laugh, it wasn't nervous. It was easy, familiar. I didn't call her that day or the next. I needed space to cool off. But the space just made the hurt sink in deeper. And then as the week went on, I started getting texts from relatives about wedding plans, about where I'd be sitting, about hotel reservations. Each one was like salt in the wound. I kept imagining myself sitting there like some outsider, forced smile on my face, pretending everything was fine while her future in-laws whispered behind my back. And then something in me shifted. If my presence was such a problem, maybe I give them exactly what they wanted and see how they handled it when the one person who had quietly paid for half of this wedding wasn't there to foot the bill anymore. I didn't say anything out loud. Not yet. But I picked up my phone, scrolled through my contacts, and stared at 3 names for a long, long time. When I finally pressed call, my hands didn't shake. I didn't tell anyone about the phone call. Not my brother, not my crew at work, not even my best friend, who I usually vent to when life gets messy. I just kept quiet and kept watching. There's a certain kind of silence that feels like it hums inside your chest, like the world is holding its breath with you. That was me for the next few weeks. Emily texted me the next morning about a florist meeting. She sent pictures of pastel roses, twinkly lights, little seating cards with everyone's names printed in delicate gold script. She even asked me for my favorite dessert so they could have it at the rehearsal dinner. I stared at that message for a long time, wondering if I was supposed to feel special, included, like maybe this was her way of balancing out what I'd heard. But when I looked closer at one of the photos she sent of the seating chart, my name was scribbled in pencil on the far corner table with +1 next to it. While Matt's entire family had their names inked in calligraphy near the head table, I didn't respond right away. When I finally did, it was a short "looks nice." No emojis, no dad jokes, just neutral. She didn't notice the difference, or she pretended not to. A few days later, she came by the shop unannounced. She hadn't done that in months, and for a split second I felt relief. Maybe she wanted to talk things out. But the second she stepped in, I could tell she was on a mission. She had that overly bright tone she uses when she wants something. "Dad, I was thinking," she said, hopping up to sit on my workbench like she did when she was a teenager. "Would you mind covering the extra cost for the string quartet? Matt's mom thinks the DJ is a bit, I don't know, tacky." I kept my back to her, finishing up a piece of trim. I'd been sanding. "How much extra?" I asked. "Only like $2,000. She said it so casually, like she was asking me to grab milk on my way home. It would just make everything feel more elegant, you know? I turned around and leaned against the bench. "Emily," I said slowly, "I already covered the venue, the catering deposit, and the photographer. You and Matt said you were taking care of the extras." She gave me this look, half pleading, half annoyed. "I know, Dad, but Matt's parents are paying for the bar upgrade, and I don't want them to think we're cheap." There it was again. Them, her future in-laws. I didn't say no. I didn't say yes either. I just told her I'd think about it, and she left looking slightly put out. That night, I didn't think about string quartets. I thought about the way she said them, and how I wasn't sure if I even belonged in the we she kept talking about anymore. The next weekend was the bridal shower. I wasn't invited, obviously, but my sister went and sent me pictures. Everyone was smiling, laughing, holding champagne flutes. There was one photo, Emily and her future mother-in-law, arm in arm, grinning like lifelong best friends, and I swear I could hear that laugh from the phone call echoing in my head. The caption read, "My second mom," with a heart emoji. I put my phone face down and didn't look at it again for the rest of the day. But things really started to shift when my name came up in the family group chat. Matt's mom had apparently taken over organizing the rehearsal dinner and sent out a long message about formal attire required and limited seating. Someone, I think it was Matt's sister, replied, "What about Emily's dad?" Matt's mom wrote back, "Of course, but maybe he'd be more comfortable coming late after dinner for the toast." I stared at that message until the screen dimmed. Nobody in the group defended me. Not Emily, not Matt, not even my sister. Later that night, Emily called me. She sounded nervous this time, like she knew how bad that message looked. "Dad, don't take it personally," she said quickly. "Mommy just thinks it'll be less stressful for everyone if the seating is simple. You know how she is. She's just really particular about photos and symmetry and me?" I asked. There was a long pause. "Dad," she said, but her voice was thin, cautious, like she was afraid I might actually push back for once. I didn't. Not yet. I just said, "Sure, him. Whatever you think is best." But after that call, I sat in my dark kitchen for a long time, my coffee gone cold in my hands. Max laid his head on my knee, sensing the storm brewing inside me. This wasn't just about a wedding anymore. This was about respect, or the lack of it. I started noticing other things, too. I wasn't invited to go suit shopping with Matt's dad and brothers. When they sent out a group text about the guys getting together for cigars the night before the wedding, my phone stayed silent. The rehearsal dinner menu got changed without anyone asking me if I had preferences or allergies. At first, I told myself I was overreacting, that I was just being sensitive because of what I'd overheard. But then one afternoon, I stopped by Emily's house to drop off a tool set she'd borrowed, and Matt's mom's car was in the driveway. I almost didn't go in, but I figured maybe this was my chance to make peace. When I walked in, the conversation in the kitchen stopped dead. Emily gave me a quick smile, the kind you give a stranger you weren't expecting, And Matt's mom didn't even bother to hide the way her eyes flicked over me, head to toe, like she was sizing me up. "Oh," she said flatly. "Didn't realize you'd be stopping by." "It's my daughter's house," I said evenly. Emily jumped in quickly, a little too quickly. "We were just talking about the ceremony setup, Dad. Mom thinks we should move the arch to the center so it photographs better." I nodded slowly. "Sounds like you two have it handled." Matt's mom pursed her lips, clearly done with the conversation. "Well," she said, grabbing her purse, "I should get going. We still have to finalize the family seating." She looked right at Emily when she said it, like I wasn't even standing there. When she left, the silence was thick. I turned to Emily. "Do you even want me there?" I asked quietly. Her mouth opened, but nothing came out at first. "Of course I do, Dad," she finally said. "You're my father. I need everyone to get along." "Okay. Please don't make this harder." Harder. That word stuck with me all the way home. I didn't yell. I didn't slam doors. But that night, I opened my desk drawer and pulled out the wedding folder. Invoices, contracts, receipts, my handwriting was on every check, my name on every payment, and for the first time in weeks, I didn't feel sad. I felt steady because if they wanted to pretend I didn't matter, I could show them exactly what that looked like. 2 weeks before the wedding, I was just starting to make peace with the idea that I'd be treated like some kind of background extra. Not happy about it, just resigned. I'd been quiet, calm, going through the motions, waiting to see how things would play out. Then came the Sunday dinner that snapped whatever thread was holding me back. Emily had invited me over for a final planning dinner with her and Matt. I figured this was my chance to at least feel included, maybe talk through some logistics, get the rundown of where I was supposed to be and when. I even stopped at the bakery and picked up her favorite cinnamon coffee cake, trying to remind myself that she was still my kid and I loved her, even if this whole wedding process had turned into a circus. When I walked in, the first thing I noticed was how polished everything looked. Candles on the table, fancy charcuterie board laid out, wine breathing in a decanter, and sitting at the table with Matt and Emily was Matt's mom. "Oh, Noah," she said with mock surprise, like I was a +1 who'd shown up uninvited. "Didn't know you were coming tonight." Emily smiled nervously. "I told you, Mom B. Dad was coming for dinner." Her smile didn't reach her eyes, and for some reason, that made my stomach tighten. I put the cake down and took a seat. For a few minutes, things were polite. Small talk about the weather, work, the neighbor's dog that kept digging up their flower beds. Then Matt cleared his throat and pulled out a stack of papers. "So," he said, glancing at Emily like they'd rehearsed this, "we've been looking over the wedding expenses, and we wanted to go over a few things with you." I felt my jaw tightened, but nodded. "Sure," I said evenly. He started flipping through the stack, reading line items aloud like an accountant. Venue, catering, photography, florals. Then he slid one page across the table toward me. "We were hoping you could cover these last few items." He said it just makes more sense since you're, more financially stable. I looked down at the paper. It wasn't a small list. It was thousands of dollars in extras, upgraded chairs, a champagne fountain, a horse-drawn carriage for Emily's entrance. I let the silence hang for a moment, then looked up. "You already asked me for money for the quartet," I said quietly. "Now this." Matt shifted in his seat, but it was Matt's mom who jumped in before Emily could answer. "It's really just about making sure Emily has the wedding she deserves," she said, her voice sickly sweet. "And honestly, it's not that much when you consider what people will think if things look well cheap." Cheap. That word burned hotter than I expected. I turned to Emily. "Is this what you wanted to talk about tonight?" She hesitated, then nodded. "Dad, I just want everything to be perfect and Matt's parents have already done so much." You thought I'd just keep writing checks." I finished for her. The room went quiet. And then Matt's mom, God bless her for having no sense of timing, leaned forward and said, "It's not just about money. No, we were also thinking about the processional. You walking Emily down the aisle might make things uneven." Visually, Matt's father is very tall and I felt something in me snap. You don't want me to walk my own daughter down the aisle? My voice was calm. Too calm. Emily looked horrified. No, Dad. That's not what she meant. Yes, it is, I said, still looking at Matt's mom. That's exactly what she meant. Matt's mom didn't even flinch. It's about the photos, she said simply. The symmetry matters. I pushed my chair back and stood up so fast it scraped the hardwood. Max, who'd been lying by the door, jumped to his feet, sensing the shift in the air. Emily reached out like she wanted me to sit back down. Dad, please. No, I said, my voice low but steady. You've made it pretty clear where I stand in all of this, or rather, where I don't stand. Matt tried to smooth things over. Noah, come on. We're just trying to make this day special. For who? I asked sharply. Because from where I'm standing, it feels like I'm just the wallet you pull out when you need to upgrade the centerpieces. Emily's eyes filled with tears, but I couldn't stop. Not now. You know what hurts the most? I said, looking right at her. It's not that they don't like me. People don't have to like me. It's that you laughed. You heard them tear me down and you laughed. And now you're sitting here asking me to pay for a carriage while you talk about replacing me in the one moment a father is supposed to have. The silence after that was deafening. I grabbed my jacket, called for Max, and walked out. Nobody followed me. When I got home, I didn't pour myself a drink or turn on the TV. I sat at my kitchen table, pulled out my phone, and opened the folder of wedding contracts again. And that was when I made the 3 calls that would change everything. The drive home that night was quiet, except for Max's heavy breathing in the back seat and the occasional hum of tires over uneven asphalt. I didn't turn on the radio. I didn't call anyone. I just let the silence fill the cab, thinking about every word I just heard at that dinner table. The farther I got from Emily's house, the heavier my chest felt, like someone had tied a weight to my ribs and let it drag me under. By the time I pulled into my driveway, it was dark. My porch light flicked on automatically, casting a pale glow over the front steps, but I didn't get out right away. I just sat there gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles went white. I could still see Emily's face in my mind. The way her lips trembled when I called her out, the quick flicker of guilt before she looked away. I'd seen that look before when she was 5 and tried to hide the broken vase behind the couch. Back then, I'd knelt down, taken her tiny hands in mine, and told her she could always tell me the truth, that I'd always be there. And now she was hiding something bigger. Not a broken vase, but a broken bond. And she wasn't 5 anymore. She was a grown woman making choices, and those choices didn't include me. I eventually went inside, let Max out back, and sat at the kitchen table with the folder of wedding contracts spread out like a crime scene file. Every receipt, every payment, every agreement had my name on it, my pinstrokes, my signature, my hard-earned money behind it. I thought about how many late nights I'd worked, how many weekends I'd skipped fishing trips to finish jobs. Also, she could have a day that now apparently didn't even have room for me. I barely slept that night. When I did, my dreams were strange jumbled things. Flashes of Emily in a white dress walking down the aisle with Matt's father. My chair at the reception empty. People whispering and glancing at me like I didn't belong there. I woke up sweating, staring at the ceiling, Max's head resting on my arm like he knew I was unraveling. The next morning, I went through the motions at work, but my guys noticed something was off. I'm not usually the type to snap at people, but when one of the apprentices dropped a hammer and dented a cabinet, I barked at him so sharply the whole shop went silent. I apologized immediately, but the damage was done. They kept their distance the rest of the day, glancing at me like I was a ticking time bomb. When lunch rolled around, I didn't go out with the crew like I usually do. Instead, I drove to the lake again, parked in the same spot as before, and stared at the water until the world blurred around the edges. I wasn't angry anymore. Not exactly, just hollow for a few days. That's how it went. Work, home, sleep, or at least trying to. Emily texted me a few times, light little messages about caterer tastings and hair trials, as if nothing had happened. I didn't reply right away, and when I finally did, my responses were short, clipped. I could tell she noticed because her texts started coming less and less often. Then one night about a week later, my sister called. She never calls unless something is wrong. "You okay?" she asked cautiously. "Yeah." I lied. "You don't sound okay." I hesitated, just tired. There was a pause. Then she said softly, "Emily told me about dinner. She said you left upset." "Upset?" I repeated flatly, staring at the ceiling. "She's worried you won't come to the wedding." I let out a humorless laugh. "Is she?" "Noah. I'm not having this conversation right now," I said, maybe sharper than I meant to. "Good night." I hung up before she could respond. After that, I started avoiding everyone. No Sunday dinners, no group chats, no answering the phone unless it was about work. I threw myself into my business, taking every extra job I could, staying late at the shop, coming home so tired I barely had the energy to make a sandwich before bed. But the thing about avoidance is that it doesn't actually fix anything. It just gives the problem room to grow. One night, I was in my office going over invoices when Max patted in and dropped a tennis ball at my feet. He hadn't done that in weeks. I stared at it for a long time before I picked it up and followed him outside. We played fetch until the stars came out, until my shoulders loosened for the first time in days. And standing there in the quiet night air, watching Max chase the ball with everything he had, something shifted. I realized I didn't want to feel like this anymore. Powerless, invisible. That's when I started thinking about those 3 calls I'd made the night of the dinner. At first, it had been pure impulse, a way to feel like I had some control, even if it was just symbolic. But the more I thought about it, the more it started to feel less like impulse and more like strategy. I began reviewing the contracts line by line, highlighting clauses, making notes. I called the venue under the pretense of confirming guest counts, and asked a few careful questions about refund policies. I checked the payment schedule for the caterer, noticed the final payment was due just 3 days before the wedding. I wasn't rushing. I wasn't even sure yet what I was going to do. But for the first time since that phone call in my shop, I felt steady, like the ground under me wasn't shifting anymore. A few days later, Emily sent out an updated seating chart in the group chat. My name was still penciled in at the far table, and this time there was no +1 next to it, just my name alone. I stared at that chart for a long time, and then I smiled. Not the kind of smile you give when something's funny, but the kind you give when a puzzle piece finally clicks into place. Because I finally knew exactly what I was going to do. Once I knew what I was going to do, the heaviness I'd been carrying around for weeks started to lift. It wasn't gone completely. There was still hurt, still disappointment, but it was different now. Controlled, focused, like I'd finally put all the scattered pieces of this situation into some kind of order. And strangely enough, once that mental shift happened, the rest of my life started falling into place, too. At the shop, my guys noticed it first. I wasn't snapping anymore. I wasn't distracted, staring off into space like a man replaying the same argument in his head. Instead, I was back to cracking jokes, jumping in to help finish projects, even buying lunch for everyone one Friday just because. We landed a big remodeling job with a client I'd been chasing for months, and I threw myself into it, spending hours at the site making sure everything was perfect. It felt good, better than good to be building something I had full control over, something that wouldn't suddenly turn on me or push me out. In the evenings, I started taking Max for long walks again. We'd go past the lake, down old dirt roads where the air smelled like pine and wet earth. I'd use those walks to think, to plan, to rehearse conversations I might need to have. By the time we got home, I'd usually have a new idea or step to add to the growing plan in my head. I made a list not just of the vendors and contracts, but of everything I'd done for Emily leading up to this wedding. The house down payment, the car, the tuition payments, the savings bonds I'd given her every birthday since she was 5. I wasn't planning to throw it in her face. This wasn't about guilt-tripping her. This was about reminding myself of the role I'd played, the support I'd given. I needed to see it all laid out so I wouldn't forget that I wasn't some peripheral figure. I had been there every step of the way and I wasn't going to be erased that easily. Then I started making calls, calm, friendly, professional calls. First was the venue. The woman who managed it knew me by name at this point. I told her I was confirming some details, asked about the refund schedule just in case there were last-minute changes. She told me I was still the primary contact on the account, not Emily, not Matt, which meant every major decision ran through me. I thanked her, asked her to email me copies of the signed agreements, and hung up feeling something I hadn't felt in weeks. Control. Next was the caterer. Same story. I was the primary payer, which meant final decisions, including menu changes, needed my approval. The photographer, the florist, the rental company, all the same. My name was on every contract. I didn't cancel anything. Not yet. But I made sure every single vendor knew that any changes needed to be run past me directly. That way, if Matt's mom decided to swap out half the decor again or add more upgrades, they wouldn't go behind my back. It wasn't just about money, though. I also started rebuilding my relationships carefully. I called my sister and asked her to come by for dinner. We grilled steaks in the backyard, drank a couple of beers, and for the first time in weeks, I told her the whole story. The overheard phone call, the seating chart, the dinner where Matt's mom tried to edge me out of walking my own daughter down the aisle. My sister listened without interrupting, just nodding slowly, her face darkening. When I finished, she sat back and said, "Okay. Yeah, I get it now. It's not about the money," I said quietly. "I know." She laughed, when her future mother-in-law said I shouldn't come. She laughed. That was when my sister put her hand over mine and said, "Then it's time you stop making this easy for them." I nodded. That's the plan. After that conversation, I felt lighter. Not happy exactly, but resolved. My sister promised to keep what I told her to herself, and I believed her. She'd always been good at keeping my confidence. Over the next few days, I started showing up a little less like the man who'd been beaten down, and a little more like the father who'd built his own business from nothing. When Emily called, I answered, but I kept my tone calm, measured. If she asked me about something wedding-related, I told her I'd take care of it. No hesitation. She seemed relieved, maybe even thought I was finally coming around, but I wasn't coming around. I was getting ready. I scheduled a quiet meeting with the venue manager. No one knew about it but me. We went over the contracts line by line, and I asked questions that made her raise an eyebrow. Refund deadlines, transfer policies, what would happen if a major payer pulled out just before the event. She didn't pry, probably thought I was just being thorough, but by the time I left, I had everything I needed in writing. I did the same with the caterer and the rental company. Every one of them assured me that as long as I acted before a certain date, I could make whatever adjustments I wanted, including reducing the headcount or canceling outright. Meanwhile, Emily kept sending little updates. Dress fittings, hair trial photos, the cake topper she'd picked out. I told her they looked great, kept my responses short but polite. I think she mistook my calm for forgiveness. And maybe part of me wanted her to because when the time came, I didn't want anyone to say I'd been rash or vindictive. I wanted it to be clear that I'd given them every chance to make this right, that they had every opportunity to treat me with even a shred of respect. 1 week before the wedding, Matt's mom posted a message in the family group chat about the rehearsal dinner. "Formal attire, no jeans, no exceptions," she wrote. Then, as if she couldn't help herself, she added, "Let's keep this classy." For the first time in weeks, I laughed. A real genuine laugh. Because by then, my plan was already in motion. Once I decided this wasn't just about hurt feelings, but about setting a boundary they couldn't ignore, everything clicked into place. This wasn't revenge out of spite. It was a correction, a course adjustment, a way to remind everyone, including Emily, of who I was and what I'd done for her. The first thing I did was double-check every contract one last time. I spread them all out on my dining table late one night. Venue, catering, rentals, photographer, and took a red pen to them like I was grading a test. Every line that put me in control got a star. Every deadline a circle. When I finished, I realized something that made me sit back and grin. I held all the cards. Literally, Emily and Matt had been treating me like a guest in their big production. But legally, on paper, I was still the one pulling the strings. If I said the caterer wasn't serving lobster rolls, they weren't. If I said the rental company wasn't delivering gold Chiavari chairs, they weren't. If I said the wedding wasn't happening at that venue on that date, well, it wasn't. I didn't intend to ruin her wedding. Not at first, but I wanted her to understand that you can't erase someone from your life and still expect them to bankroll it. The next step was timing. I knew I couldn't wait too long or it would be too late to make changes. But I also couldn't do it too early. It needed to be close enough to the wedding that the impact would actually be felt. Too much notice and Matt's mom might have time to swoop in and save the day. I settled on 3 days before the wedding. Enough time to act decisively, but not enough time for them to completely rearrange everything without massive stress and expense. With the date in mind, I got to work shoring up my position. I visited the venue manager again, this time in person. I asked to see the event calendar for that weekend. Not just Emily's wedding, but all the bookings. There were 2 other weddings scheduled on the same day, meaning if ours canceled, there was a good chance someone else would grab the spot instantly. The manager confirmed that if we canceled, the venue wouldn't hold the slot. It would go to whoever paid first. "Would you like me to put a soft hold on another date just in case?" she asked casually. "Yes," I said, surprising even myself with how steady my voice was. "Go ahead and do that. Something small. Maybe late summer." She typed a few things into the computer, then smiled. "All set. No deposit yet. Just let us know if you'd like to convert it." As I left the venue, I felt a strange calm settle over me. This wasn't chaos anymore. It was order. Next was the caterer. I called the owner directly, a guy named Frank I'd worked with on company events before, and asked what would happen if we cut the guest list by half. He told me it was possible, though we'd lose part of the deposit. "Does that include the upgraded menu Matt requested?" I asked. "Yes," Frank said. "But we can downgrade it to your original package." "No problem." "Good to know," I said. Then casually, I asked if they had any big events that same weekend they might be able to prioritize if ours fell through. "As a matter of fact," Frank said, "we've got a corporate retreat on standby looking for a full-service caterer that Saturday. If you guys don't go through with it, we'd take them instead." "Perfect," I said, making a mental note. By this point, I was starting to enjoy myself. Not in a malicious way, but in the way you enjoy finally taking control of something that's been spinning out for too long. Then came the financial part. I went to my bank, sat down with my advisor, and asked about temporarily freezing transfers from my personal account to Emily's joint account. He raised an eyebrow but said yes, as long as there was no automatic withdrawal attached. I made sure there wasn't. Then I asked him to print out a detailed statement showing every payment I'd made toward the wedding so far. Every deposit, every check. I wanted it all in one neat, organized packet. He handed me a folder by the end of the meeting, and I slid it into my truck's glove compartment like it was a secret weapon. 2 nights before the wedding, I got an unexpected call from Matt's dad. "Noah," he said, his voice overly cheerful. "Just wanted to check in and make sure you've got the suit sorted for Saturday. Don't want any last-minute hiccups." "Suit's fine," I said evenly. Good, he said. "And listen, I know there was some tension, but I think we're all on the same page now. It's going to be a beautiful day." "Sure," I said, my tone giving nothing away. He hesitated, then chuckled awkwardly. "I know my wife can be a bit particular, but she means well. She just wants what's best for Matt." "For Matt," I repeated. Right, he said quickly. "Anyway, see you Saturday." When I hung up, I just sat there in my truck for a minute, staring at the dashboard. For Matt. That was the whole problem, wasn't it? Everything was for Matt, for Matt's family, for the picture-perfect in-law dynamic they wanted. Nobody had asked what was best for Emily's father. And by then, it didn't matter because I was ready. I had the contracts. I had the financials. I had the timing. And when the morning of my chosen day rolled around, I woke up before sunrise, brewed a strong cup of coffee, and sat at my kitchen table with Max at my feet. I looked at the folder of documents, at the list I'd made, and felt something I hadn't felt in months. Peace. It was time to make the first move. The morning of my chosen day dawned bright and cool. The kind of morning that almost feels like it's daring you to make something of it. I drank my coffee slowly, letting the quiet of the house settle around me. Max paced near the door like he could sense something was coming, some big shift, and maybe he was right. By 8 a.m., I had everything laid out on the kitchen table, contracts, bank statements, my handwritten notes. It almost looked like I was about to teach a class on Wedding Planning 101. I double-checked my watch, took a deep breath, and made the first call. The venue manager answered on the second ring. "This is Noah," I said evenly. "I need to make some changes to our event on Saturday." She paused. "Of course, what kind of changes?" I explained that I would be reducing the headcount by a significant margin, nearly half. When she asked if I was sure, I calmly confirmed. Then I asked her to move the final payment deadline forward to that very day and copy me on the updated invoice. "Are you expecting someone else to handle payment?" she asked delicately. "Yes," I said simply. "But if it's not handled today, cancel the event and release the date to the next party in line." There was another pause. Then she said, "Understood. We'll send the updated documents within the hour." When I hung up, I didn't feel guilt. I felt clarity. Next was the caterer. I called Frank directly and told him the same thing. Guest list cut in half. Menu reverted to the original package. He hesitated, probably calculating how much food he wouldn't have to buy, then cheerfully agreed. "That'll free up my Saturday evening a bit," he said. "You want me to hold the extra staff in case you change your mind?" "No need," I said. "I doubt we'll need more than what's already booked." I could practically hear him shrug before he promised to send me the adjusted bill. Then came the photographer. I told her we'd be reducing her hours of coverage to just the ceremony and a handful of portraits. She sounded surprised, but not upset. Less work for her after all. By the time I was done, I'd effectively stripped the wedding back down to the bones. It was still happening technically, but it wasn't the overblown spectacle Matt's mom had been orchestrating for months. The lavish dinner gone. The extended reception with hours of dancing trimmed down. The fancy upgrades canceled. And most importantly, every vendor now had a paper trail showing that I was the decision maker and that payment would need to come through me or be canceled altogether. I could have stopped there. I'd already sent a pretty clear message, but then my phone buzzed. It was a group chat message from Matt's mom. "Reminder to everyone. Formal attire required for rehearsal tonight. Please be on time. We're starting promptly at 6. Not a word to me directly. No acknowledgement. No olive branch. I stared at that message for a long moment, then opened a new one just for Emily. "Need to talk. Come by the shop." She replied almost instantly. "Everything okay? Just come by," I wrote back. An hour later, she pulled into the lot looking a little nervous. She stepped into the shop, her hair pulled back, wearing one of Matt's sweatshirts. For a moment, she looked like my kid again. The one who used to sit on that very workbench swinging her legs while I taught her how to sand a piece of pine. "Dad," she said cautiously. I gestured toward the office. "Sit." When she sat down, I slid the folder of documents across the desk. "That's everything I've paid for so far," I said. She opened the folder, her eyes scanning the statements, then flicking up to me. "Dad, what is this?" "That," I said evenly, "is the wedding as it exists because of me. Every deposit, every signature, every contract with my name on it. And this morning, I made some changes." Her eyebrows knitted together. "What do you mean changes?" "I cut the guest list, canceled the upgrades, reduced the catering order, and I told the venue that if the final payment isn't handled today, the date gets released to someone else." She went pale. You can't just..." "Yes," I said calmly. "I can." And I did. For a moment, she just stared at me, her mouth opening and closing like she was trying to find words. "Why would you do this?" she finally asked, her voice breaking. I leaned back in my chair. "Because somewhere along the way, Emily, you decided I was good enough to pay for this wedding, but not good enough to actually be part of it. You let them talk about me like I was some embarrassment, and you laughed. You sat there while they tried to take away the one thing I was supposed to do, walk you down the aisle, and you said nothing. You let them turn me into a bystander at my own daughter's wedding." Tears welled in her eyes. "I didn't mean..." "Yes, you did," I said gently but firmly. And now you get to decide what happens next. If you want this wedding to go on the way you planned, you and Matt will have to step up and handle it from here. Pay the balances, re-add the extras if you want them, or you can leave it as is and have something smaller, simpler, something you actually control. She sat there in stunned silence, staring at the folder. I'm not doing this to punish you, I said after a moment. I'm doing this because I will not let anyone treat me like a checkbook with legs. I love you, Emily. I always will. But I won't be invisible at your wedding. She nodded slowly, blinking back tears. I need to talk to Matt, she whispered. Do that? I said, standing up. She took the folder with her when she left, clutching it like a lifeline. That night, I didn't go to the rehearsal dinner. I didn't even check my phone. Instead, I sat on the back porch with Max, watching the sun go down, feeling something I hadn't felt in months. Calm. Because no matter what happened next, I'd taken back my place in this story. The morning of the wedding came with a quiet I wasn't expecting. No frantic texts, no last-minute calls begging me to rush over, just the sound of my coffee maker bubbling and Max thumping his tail against the kitchen floor like it was any other Saturday. I didn't put on my suit right away. I sat at the table in jeans and a flannel, staring at my phone, wondering if Emily would call. Part of me hoped she would. Part of me hoped she wouldn't because if she didn't, that meant my message had landed. Around 9, there was a single text from Emily. Ceremony at 2 o'clock. Would like you to be there, please. No emojis, no extra words, just that. I looked at it for a long moment, then set the phone down and went to shower. When I arrived at the venue, I was the last one there. The parking lot was only half full, which immediately told me something had changed dramatically. When I walked inside, it was like stepping into a completely different event. The over-the-top floral arches were gone, replaced with simple arrangements of greenery. The gold chairs had been swapped for plain white ones. The guest tables were fewer, closer together, and instead of towering centerpieces, there were small candles flickering in glass jars. It wasn't fancy, but it was beautiful, intimate, even. Emily was waiting for me near the back of the room. She was already in her dress, her hair pinned up, looking like the kid I used to walk to the school bus stop, only all grown up. Dad, she said, her voice small. I just stood there taking her in. You did all this? I asked. She nodded. After we talked, I called everyone and told them we were scaling back. Matt was furious at first, but he came around. We paid the balances ourselves. Mom tried to argue, but I told her this was my wedding, not hers. I raised an eyebrow. And she took that well? A faint smile touched Emily's lips. She said if she wasn't going to get the wedding she wanted, she wasn't coming. She gestured toward the mostly empty front row where Matt's dad sat looking uncomfortable and very much alone. Wow, I said softly. She made her choice, Emily said, her voice stronger now. But so did I. For a moment, neither of us said anything. Then she stepped closer, her eyes shining. Will you still walk me down the aisle? I felt my throat tighten, but I nodded. Yeah, kiddo, I will. When the ceremony started, it was nothing like the extravagant event Matt's mom had been planning. There were maybe 50 people instead of 150. The music was simple, just a single violinist instead of a quartet. But when Emily took my arm and we started down the aisle, I realized it didn't matter. Everyone was watching, not in the judgmental whisper behind their hands way I'd been dreading, just watching respectfully like we belonged there. At the altar, Matt looked nervous but grateful. He reached out and shook my hand before I placed Emily's hand in his. Something that might have been small to everyone else but meant the world to me. The ceremony itself was short and heartfelt. No long speeches, no theatrics. When it was over, we all moved to the reception area where the scaled-back dinner felt more like a family gathering than a spectacle. People actually talked to each other instead of just taking photos for Instagram. At one point during the meal, Matt's dad came over and cleared his throat. Noah, he said stiffly, I owe you an apology. We should have handled things differently. I looked him in the eye for a long moment, then nodded. Yes, you should have. He seemed like he wanted to say more, but then just nodded and walked away. That was fine with me. Later that night, As the music played softly and people started dancing, Emily came over and sat beside me. "I know I hurt you," she said quietly. "I can't take that back, but I want you to know I chose this. Not because you forced me to, but because I realized I'd been letting other people decide what mattered to me, and I don't want that anymore." I put my hand over hers. "Good," I said. "Because this was you, not them, and it was perfect." She smiled then, a real smile, the kind that crinkled her nose like when she was a little girl. "Thanks, Dad." We sat there for a while just listening to the music. At one point, Matt's dad got up to dance with his wife. Oh wait, no, she wasn't there. He just sat awkwardly nursing his drink while people whispered. And I'll admit, there was a part of me that enjoyed watching him squirm. Actions have consequences. But the best moment came right at the end of the night. As everyone was packing up, Emily came over with the bouquet in her hand and held it out to me. "I want you to have this," she said softly. I looked at it for a long moment before taking it. "I'll keep it," I said, my voice catching just a little. "To remember today by." When I left the venue, I didn't feel like the man who had been sidelined and humiliated weeks earlier. I felt like a father again, like someone who had reclaimed his place without raising his voice or slamming a single door. As I loaded Max into the truck and started the engine, I glanced back at the venue one last time. The lights were glowing warm against the dark sky, laughter spilling faintly into the night. And for the first time in months, I drove home with a smile that wasn't forced. Because I hadn't just gotten my seat at the table back, I'd made sure it was one they'd never try to take away. Now on to the next story. Story 6. My name's Evan. I'm 32 and I've always been the responsible one in my family. It wasn't a role I chose, but it was one I grew into by necessity. While my brother Mark, 2 years older than me, drifted through jobs and leaned on excuses, I was the one who quietly picked up the pieces. Growing up, our parents treated him like he could do no wrong. He was the golden child, the one with potential. Meanwhile, I was the steady one, the dependable one, the one expected to be there when his potential crashed into yet another brick wall. By the time I hit my 30s, I had carved out a stable life for myself. I worked long hours, managed my finances carefully, and built a small but solid business. Nothing flashy, but enough to pay my mortgage, keep a decent car in the driveway, and feel secure about the future. Mark, on the other hand, was drowning. He had a wife, 2 kids, and a pile of bad decisions trailing behind him. When he called me late one evening, his voice tight and desperate, I didn't even need to hear the details. I knew what was coming. "Evan, I'm in trouble," he started. "The credit cards, the loan. It's all catching up to me. They're threatening to take the car, the house. The kids can't." His voice broke. I don't know what to do." That knot of responsibility tightened in my stomach, the same one I'd felt since we were teenagers. I should have said no. I should have told him that he had to face the consequences of his choices. But the thought of his kids, my niece and nephew, losing their home gnawed at me. So I wired him the money, $15,000. Not a loan, not with interest, not even with conditions, just a brother helping a brother. For a moment, it felt like the right thing to do. He called me afterward, his voice shaky with gratitude. His wife sent me a long text thanking me for saving their family. I went to bed that night thinking maybe finally this would be the moment Mark turned things around. But that fragile hope didn't last long. A week later at a family cookout, I overheard him talking to a couple of our cousins near the grill. He was laughing, actually laughing, as he told them, "Yeah, Evan helped out a little. 15 grand. I mean, it's nice, but you know how cheap he is. He could have done way more if he really wanted to. Guys always holding back." I froze where I stood, a plate in my hand going cold. My ears burned as I listened to him paint me as some kind of miser, like I'd tossed him pocket change instead of bailing him out of a mess that could have ruined his family. The cousins chuckled uncomfortably, probably unsure how to respond. Mark clapped one of them on the shoulder and added, "That's just Evan though, always acting like a big shot. But when it comes to family, stingy." I didn't confront him right there. Couldn't. My chest felt too tight, my jaw locked too hard. I just set the plate down and walked away, my mind spiraling. $15,000. That was more than half my savings. Money I'd been setting aside for a down payment on expanding my business. And he dared to call me cheap. That night, lying awake in bed, I replayed his words over and over. The gratitude I'd felt, the relief of thinking I'd done something meaningful, it all curdled into anger. I thought about the way he'd leaned on me my whole life, how he never once had to face the fallout of his own decisions because someone, usually me, was always there to soften the blow. And now he was mocking me for it. No, this time something had to change. It wasn't about the money anymore. It was about respect, about boundaries, about finally teaching Mark a lesson he couldn't laugh his way out of. And that's when the idea started forming, one I knew he'd never see coming. In the days after that cookout, I tried to let it go. I told myself maybe I misheard him. Maybe he was joking and I took it too seriously. But the truth is, once someone plants a seed like that in your head, you start noticing every little thing they do. And with Mark, there was plenty to notice. The first sign came a few days later when my mom called. Her tone was soft, that careful voice she only used when she was trying to coax me into something. "Evan, honey, I just wanted to say thank you for helping your brother. You've always been so reliable." I could have stopped her there, but I waited. Then she added, "But, 15,000 doesn't really go very far with the kind of debt they had. He's still under so much pressure. Maybe you could do just a little more." I gripped the phone so tightly my knuckles turned white. Not only had Mark painted me as cheap, but now he had dragged our parents into it. It was the same pattern from when we were kids. Mark makes a mess, I fix it, and then somehow he convinces everyone that what I did wasn't enough. I didn't commit to anything on that call. I just muttered something about needing to think and hung up. But the bitterness in my chest was already boiling. A few days later, I stopped by our parents' house to drop something off. Mark happened to be there, lounging on the couch like he owned the place. His wife was in the kitchen with Mom, and I overheard her say, "Honestly, if Evan really cared, he'd make sure the kids never have to worry again. What's 15,000 to someone like him?" My jaw clenched so tight it hurt. Someone like him. What did that even mean? I wasn't rich. I wasn't sitting on millions. I worked 60 hours a week to build what I had. And somehow, in their eyes, I was hoarding it. Mark must have seen me standing there, because he grinned and said, "Hey, don't look so serious, little brother. We're just saying it wouldn't kill you to spread the wealth a bit more. Family first, right?" Something snapped in me right then. The way he said it wasn't a plea. It was an expectation, almost a demand, like I was some kind of walking bank account that owed him and his family whatever he asked for. The following weekend, we had another family gathering, this time at my parents' house for Dad's birthday. I brought a thoughtful gift, something Dad had mentioned wanting months ago, and I felt good about it. But when I handed it to him, Mark smirked and said, loud enough for the whole table to hear, "Wow, Evan, you sure you don't want to just write a check instead? That's what you're best at." Laughter rippled around the table, even though most of it was nervous. My dad gave me a look like he wanted to tell Mark to cut it out, but he didn't. He never did. Mark had always been allowed to poke, to jab, to humiliate, and now at 34 he was still getting away with it. Later that night, when everyone was cleaning up, Mark cornered me in the hallway. His tone was lower now, almost conspiratorial. "Listen, Evan, the 15 grand helped, but it didn't really scratch the surface. I was thinking, maybe you could float me another 20? Just until things settle. It's not like you can't afford it." That last sentence stung more than anything. Not like I couldn't afford it. Did he have any idea how hard I worked? How many nights I came home exhausted just to fall asleep on the couch before dragging myself up to do it all over again? I stared at him for a long time before answering. "Mark, I'm not giving you another cent." He blinked, then laughed like I told the funniest joke of the night. "Sure you are. You'll come around. You always do." And that was the moment I realized just how deep his entitlement ran. He didn't just expect my help. He believed it was his right. The next few weeks only made it worse. I started hearing from cousins and even a couple of family friends that Mark had been talking. He was telling anyone who would listen that I was hoarding money, that I only gave him a fraction of what I really had, that I was letting his kids suffer while I lived comfortably. Each rumor cut deeper than the last. Not just because they weren't true, but because they were reshaping how my own family saw me. I used to be the dependable one, the responsible one, the one who always helped. Now I was being painted as selfish. And the more I stewed on it, the more one thing became clear. If I didn't stop this cycle now, it would never end. Mark had always needed saving, but this time I was done playing the savior. This time he was going to learn what it felt like when the safety net was pulled away. I wish I could say things cooled down after that, but in truth they only escalated. The whispers from relatives became louder, the sideways glances at family gatherings sharper. I noticed the way people's tones shifted when they spoke to me. Half polite, half judgmental, as though they had all quietly agreed that I was hoarding my blessings instead of sharing them. It all came to a head one Saturday afternoon when my parents invited me over for what they called a family lunch. I walked in expecting a casual meal, but the moment I stepped through the door, the air felt heavy. Everyone was already seated. My parents, Mark and his wife, even a couple of aunts and uncles. My gut told me something was wrong before a word was spoken. Mom cleared her throat nervously. "Evan, we need to talk about Mark's situation." I sat down slowly, eyeing my brother, who leaned back in his chair with a smug sort of calm. It was the posture of someone who knew he had backup. Dad jumped in. "He's still struggling, son. The $15,000 helped, but there's more to pay. And well, Mark's been telling us you've been doing very well for yourself. We think it's only fair you step up again." My chest tightened. Fair? I already gave him more than I should have. That was my savings, Dad. I don't have unlimited funds. Mark rolled his eyes. "Come on, Evan. Don't play the victim. You've got a nice house, a business that's thriving, a new car. What's another 20 or 30 grand to you? You'll make it back." I stared at him, disbelief mixing with rage. "Do you even hear yourself? You're asking me to drain myself for your mistakes again. Do you know how hard I worked for that money? Do you have any idea what I had to sacrifice to save it?" His wife spoke up, her voice laced with venom. "Oh, please, Evan. You don't have kids. You don't have mouths to feed. What good is all that money sitting in an account when your family is suffering? You're being selfish." Selfish. That word again. It hit me like a hammer each time. But what happened next took everything to a level I didn't think was possible. Mark reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. He slid it across the table toward me, and when I opened it, my stomach dropped. It was a loan application with my name typed neatly on it. My signature was forged at the bottom. I looked up in shock. "What is this?" Mark shrugged, as if it were nothing. "Relax. It's just paperwork. I figured you'd help eventually, so I went ahead and got things moving. It's only a $30,000 loan. You'll hardly notice." The room spun. My own brother had forged my name on a loan, put me on the hook for his debt without even asking. My hands shook as I crumpled the paper. "You forged my signature? Are you insane?" Mom gasped, but Dad just looked weary, like he was caught between us. "Mark, that's going too far." But Mark wasn't fazed. He leaned forward, his voice dripping with arrogance. "It's already done, Evan. You can either make a scene about it or you can step up like a real brother and cover it. Either way, the bank's going to come knocking." That was the moment something inside me snapped. All those years of playing the dependable one. All the times I picked up after his failures. All the sacrifices I made to protect his image. It all collapsed under the weight of that single betrayal. I looked around the table, expecting someone, anyone, to back me up. But all I saw were downcast eyes, nervous shuffles, and an unspoken expectation that I would give in like I always did. And that's when it hit me. They didn't just expect me to save Mark. They had built their entire idea of family on the assumption that I always would. My voice came out cold, steady, sharper than I'd ever spoken before. "You think I'm cheap? You think I'm selfish? You think you can forge my name and I'll just roll over? You have no idea what you've just done." Mark smirked, still convinced I'd fold. "Sure, Evan. Keep talking." But what he didn't realize was that he'd finally crossed the one line I could never forgive. And in that moment, I knew exactly what had to be done. After that confrontation at the table, I walked out of my parents' house without another word. My hands were still shaking as I gripped the steering wheel, the forged loan application stuffed in my pocket like a burning coal. I remember sitting there in my car, staring out at the street, trying to process what had just happened. My own brother had committed fraud in my name. My parents had sat there watching, almost as if they were waiting for me to accept it. And worst of all, no one stopped him. The days that followed felt like I was living under a heavy fog. Every time my phone buzzed, my heart jumped, afraid it was the bank calling to confirm the loan. At work, I found myself distracted, running through worst-case scenarios. What if this loan really went through? What if my credit got ruined? What if Mark defaulted and the collectors came after me? At night, I barely slept. I lay awake, replaying his smug expression, his certainty that I would cave because I always had. The bitterness inside me churned until it became something darker, something heavier. I tried to talk to my parents, hoping maybe I had misunderstood their silence. I stopped by one evening after work and found them in the living room. Mom barely looked up from her knitting when I mentioned the forgery. "Mark didn't mean harm," she said softly, like it excused everything. "He's desperate. His kids need stability. And I don't." I snapped. "My life doesn't matter?" Dad sighed, rubbing his temples. "Evan, you're strong. You'll be fine. Your brother, he's not like you. He can't handle this alone." That sentence hit me harder than any punch. He can't handle this alone. So what? I was supposed to carry him forever? I walked out that night feeling more isolated than I ever had before. It wasn't just Mark against me now. It felt like the whole family had decided I was the designated safety net, the one who could never say no. The breaking point came a week later when I got a call from my aunt. She'd heard from Mark that I was dragging my feet on helping him again. "Evan," she said gently, "we all know you're comfortable. It's just money. Why let your pride stand in the way of family?" I hung up on her mid-sentence. That was the moment I realized no one was going to defend me. No one was going to call out Mark for what he had done. As far as they were concerned, I was the selfish one for not sacrificing more. So, I stopped trying to explain myself. I stopped defending my choices. On the surface, I grew quiet. I kept my conversations short. I gave polite, brief smiles at family gatherings. But inside, something was shifting. I started pulling away from everyone, limiting visits, ignoring calls, screening texts. At work, I poured myself into my business, staying late, burying my anger in productivity. But behind the scenes, I began collecting information. Quietly, methodically, I went through my financial accounts line by line, making sure nothing else had been tampered with. I reached out to the bank directly, inquiring about the forged loan, and flagged my records for fraud protection. I started documenting everything. Every message, every rumor that made its way back to me, every careless comment Mark had made about my stinginess. At first, it felt paranoid, but the more I gathered, the more I realized this wasn't paranoia. It was preparation. Because if Mark thought he could forge my name, spread lies about me, and humiliate me without consequence, he was about to learn how wrong he was. For the first time in my life, I wasn't just reacting to Mark's chaos. I was planning, patiently, quietly, and deep down, I knew the day was coming when I would pull the rug out from under him in a way he couldn't laugh off, couldn't talk his way out of, couldn't twist to make me the villain. The storm was already forming, and all I had to do was wait for the right moment to let it break. The weeks turned into months, and while my family still whispered about me being selfish, I found myself caring less and less. Distance gave me perspective. For the first time in my adult life, I wasn't rushing to clean up Mark's messes. I wasn't answering his calls at midnight. I wasn't transferring money with my stomach in knots. Instead, I was channeling all that energy into myself. My business, which had always been stable but modest, began to grow. Without my savings being drained, I was finally able to invest in expansion, new equipment, better staff, more clients. I started seeing real returns, and with them, a sense of freedom I hadn't realized I was missing. By the end of that year, my income had nearly doubled. I upgraded my office space, hired 2 new employees, And for the first time, I felt like the life I'd been working toward was finally taking shape. It wasn't just work, either. I began taking care of myself in ways I had neglected. I joined a gym, lost some weight, and felt stronger both physically and mentally. I started traveling, short trips at first, then longer ones. Cities I had only dreamed about visiting became places I actually set foot in. I posted pictures on social media. Me standing in front of the Eiffel Tower, me kayaking on a crystal blue lake in Croatia, me shaking hands with new business partners at a conference in Berlin. And that's when I noticed something interesting. The more my life flourished, the more desperate Mark seemed to become. I'd still get the occasional message from him, sometimes begging, sometimes mocking. "Nice trip," he once texted me after I shared a photo. "Shame you couldn't put that money toward helping family instead." Another time he wrote, "Don't forget who's really struggling here. Those pictures won't keep you warm when you're old and alone." I didn't respond. Silence had become my greatest weapon. But behind the scenes, I kept building. I strengthened my finances, diversified my income streams, and quietly made connections that boosted my reputation. I even started mentoring younger entrepreneurs, and one of them joked, "You're like the older brother I never had." That line stung in a bittersweet way, because I realized I was giving more guidance to strangers than I had ever been able to give Mark. But unlike him, they actually listened. Family gatherings became rare for me, but when I did show up, the difference was obvious. I'd arrive in a sharp suit, driving a newer car, carrying myself with a confidence I never used to have. My relatives would murmur about how well I was doing, but there was always an undertone of suspicion, like success itself was selfish. Mark, on the other hand, looked worse each time. His clothes more worn, his temper shorter, his excuses growing thinner. Once I caught him glancing at my watch, a gift I bought myself after hitting a big milestone, and I could practically see the envy burning in his eyes. He still played the victim to anyone who would listen, insisting I had abandoned him. But the more he talked, the more people started noticing the cracks in his story. Some cousins even pulled me aside quietly and said, "Look, we get it now. He's always been that way." It wasn't full support, but it was a shift. For the first time, I wasn't the one sinking when Mark made mistakes. He was, and I was finally free enough to let him. But I wasn't just moving on. I was preparing. Every trip, every new success, every quiet move I made was a step closer to something bigger, because I knew that sooner or later Mark would make another desperate grab. And when he did, I wanted to be in a position not just to defend myself, but to turn it back on him. The rise wasn't just about escaping his shadow. It was about building a foundation so strong that when I finally struck back, it would shake his entire world. And that moment was getting closer by the day. It was around this time that a small but crucial piece of information fell into my lap, something that turned my quiet resilience into a sharp-edged plan. One morning at the office, I was going over paperwork with my accountant. We were discussing tax deductions and future investments when he casually mentioned, "You know, it's a good idea to keep your personal credit reports locked down. People sometimes try to open accounts in others' names. Identity theft is more common than you think." The words made my stomach twist. Identity theft. Forged signatures. Mark's smug face flashed in my mind, the memory of that fraudulent loan application still raw. I realized then that my brother's recklessness wasn't just about begging. It was about overstepping boundaries in ways that could ruin me if I wasn't careful. So I took action. I froze my credit. I added layers of fraud protection. I contacted a lawyer, someone I trusted from a business seminar, and laid out the situation without naming names at first. When I finally revealed it was my brother, she didn't even flinch. "Family or not," she said, "this is criminal. If he tries again, you'll have leverage." Leverage. That word stuck in my mind like a spark in dry wood. I started thinking differently after that meeting. Up until then, my approach had been reactive. I'd defend myself, pull away, build my life stronger. But now I saw the possibility of going on the offensive, not out of spite, but to finally make Mark understand there were consequences to his actions. The next turning point came at a family barbecue a few weeks later. I hadn't planned to go, but my dad's voice on the phone had carried a weariness I couldn't ignore. When I arrived, I noticed Mark sitting alone at a table, nursing a drink. His wife was inside talking loudly, and the kids were running around barefoot on the grass. I tried to keep to myself, but eventually Mark wandered over, his grin already halfway to arrogance. "Evan," he said, clapping me on the shoulder like we were best friends. "Heard your business is doing even better now. Guess you've got more room to help family out." Huh. I gave him nothing but a neutral smile. But later, I overheard him talking to an uncle about a new opportunity he was pursuing. He was vague, but I caught enough. He was trying to pitch a small side venture, something involving investment from the right people. My uncle looked uncomfortable, nodding politely, but clearly not convinced. That was when I realized Mark's desperation had shifted. He wasn't just asking for money anymore. He was trying to sell himself to rope others in. If I could steer that impulse, if I could give him just enough rope, maybe he'd finally hang himself with it. Over the next month, I kept my ears open. I learned that Mark had already burned through favors from friends, even trying to borrow from extended family under the guise of short-term help. He was running out of options, and when people run out of options, they become careless. Meanwhile, I kept building my position. My lawyer helped me quietly update my will and trusts, making sure nothing tied to my name could be touched without my consent. I sat down with my bank manager and explained the situation, without naming Mark, of course, and set up alerts for any suspicious activity. On top of that, I started networking harder, forming connections in places Mark couldn't reach. Then one day, I got a call from a business contact who mentioned, almost in passing, that Mark had approached him. He said you two were working together on something. The man told me, wanted me to invest, but I figured I'd check with you first. The blood drained from my face, but inside, something cold and certain settled. Mark wasn't just a leech. He was trying to use my name, my reputation, to prop himself up. That was his pattern, and that was the opening I needed. Because now I wasn't just a brother he could manipulate. I was a businessman with resources, connections, and evidence. And if he wanted to keep pretending we were tied together, I was going to make sure those ties became chains. I didn't strike right away. I played it cool, confirming nothing, denying nothing, while quietly encouraging the idea that maybe, just maybe, Mark and I were still close. Let him lean into the lie. Let him believe he was clever, because the deeper he dug, the more spectacular it would be when the ground vanished beneath him. The opportunity presented itself faster than I expected. Mark, in his usual reckless way, kept dropping hints about his new venture. He had no idea I already knew he was using my name to give himself credibility. He thought he was being slick, sprinkling my success into his pitch, as though proximity to me made him trustworthy. One Thursday evening, my lawyer called me after reviewing some of the evidence I'd been collecting. "If your brother is using your name to secure investments, Evan, that's fraud. At this point, you don't just have protection, you have ammunition. The key is to let him expose himself fully. Don't confront him too early." That advice stuck. So I waited, listening carefully, staying quiet. And then, at a cousin's birthday party, I overheard the exact slip I needed. Mark was in the corner talking to two relatives who had done well for themselves. "Evan's already backing me on this," he boasted, his voice full of false confidence. "He just doesn't like to advertise it. But with him on board, you know it's solid." I didn't approach him. I didn't even let on that I had heard. Instead, I excused myself, stepped outside, and made a quick call to one of those relatives later that week. Calmly, politely, I set the record straight. "I'm not involved in anything Mark is pitching," I told them. "If he says otherwise, he's lying. And I'd advise against putting money into something that isn't documented properly." The relief in their voices told me everything. They had already been skeptical, but hadn't wanted to cause family drama. Now, with my quiet confirmation, they pulled out. Word spread quickly in those circles, but I wasn't finished. The next step was subtle. I had my lawyer draft a cease and desist letter. Professionally worded, no emotion, just cold legal fact. It outlined the forgery attempt, the fraudulent use of my name, and the potential consequences if it continued. I didn't send it directly to Mark. Instead, I mailed it to him at his workplace, addressed in a way that his boss would almost certainly see. Sure enough, within days the ripple effect reached me. Mark called, his voice shaking with fury. "What did you do? Do you know how humiliating it was to have my boss hand me that envelope? You're trying to ruin me." I didn't raise my voice. "No, Mark. You did that yourself. I just let people see it." He sputtered on the other end, but I hung up before he could spin another lie. From there, the dominoes fell one by one. Relatives who had once pressured me to help began distancing themselves from him. A couple of family friends who had been considering his pitch backed out entirely. Even my parents, who had defended him for so long, seemed shaken when they realized the depth of his deception. The best part? I never once had to shout, never had to make a scene. I let him hoist himself on his own rope, and all I did was tug at the knot. But it didn't stop there. A week later, I got another call, this time from the bank. Someone had attempted to open a line of credit in my name again. Because of the alerts I'd set up, it was flagged immediately. The representative told me calmly, "Don't worry, nothing went through. But if this keeps happening, we may need to escalate." I didn't need to ask who it was. Instead, I called my lawyer again and we prepared the next step. Evidence was piling up, and if Mark kept pushing, he was going to find himself not just embarrassed, but cornered in a way he couldn't talk his way out of. By then, my life was soaring higher than ever. Business booming, health improving, reputation strong. And every step forward made the contrast with Mark's downfall sharper. He had always leaned on me like a crutch, and now that I'd stepped aside, he was collapsing under his own weight. And when the final piece clicked into place, when his desperate schemes left him nowhere to turn, I was ready to deliver the lesson he'd never forget. The last straw came on a rainy Tuesday afternoon. I was in my office finishing paperwork when my lawyer called, her tone sharper than usual. "Evan, it's official. Your brother tried to use your name again, this time to secure a private loan from a small lender. They reached out for verification, and because of the alerts you set up, we caught it immediately. We have enough evidence now to press charges if you want to." I sat back in my chair, staring at the raindrops sliding down the window. For years, I had been the one cleaning up after Mark, keeping the peace, protecting the family image. But now, I had something I'd never had before. Undeniable proof, neatly documented, and ready to be used. For the first time, the power was entirely in my hands. I didn't rush to act. Instead, I called my parents over for dinner that weekend. When they arrived, they looked uneasy, probably expecting another confrontation. After we ate, I laid out the stack of documents on the table, the forged application, the cease and desist letter, the flagged credit attempt, even screenshots of Mark's messages. Mom's hands trembled as she flipped through the papers. Dad's face grew pale, his silence heavier than any words. Finally, I said, "You've always asked me to protect him, to forgive him, to give him another chance. But here's the truth. He doesn't want help. He wants control. And I'm done being his safety net." They didn't argue. For once, they couldn't. The next day, I filed a formal complaint with the authorities. My lawyer assured me that, with the evidence, it would be taken seriously. And it was. Within weeks, Mark's employer was notified. His reputation unraveled quickly. Clients backed away, friends stopped returning calls, and whispers of legal trouble followed him everywhere he went. The man who once strutted around family gatherings, mocking me in front of cousins and uncles, was suddenly very quiet. His wife stopped showing up to events altogether. The kids, innocent in all of this, were the only ones I felt sorry for, but there was nothing I could do without enabling Mark again. Then the calls began. At first, angry voicemails. "You think you're better than me? You think you can destroy me?" But as the weeks dragged on, the anger gave way to desperation. "Please, Evan, just talk to me. Just make this go away. I can't do this alone." The irony wasn't lost on me. For decades, he had mocked me for being the responsible one. Now, the very trait he ridiculed was the thing he was begging to lean on. I never answered. At the next family gathering I attended, a cousin's wedding, Mark wasn't there. Whispers floated through the crowd about how he'd lost his job, how creditors were circling, how his marriage was on the rocks. When someone cautiously asked if I'd heard from him, I just smiled politely and said, "Not recently." And that was the truth. By then, I had blocked his number. Because in the end, revenge didn't come from shouting or gloating. It came from silence. From watching him finally face the consequences of a lifetime of choices without me there to soften the blow. The man who once laughed behind my back, calling me cheap, now sits alone, cut off by the very family who used to defend him. And I sleep peacefully, knowing that for the first time in my life, the balance is restored. My brother used to say I'd always come around, that I'd always cave. But he was wrong. The last message I ever listened to ended with his voice breaking as he whispered, "Evan, please, I need you." And for the first time, I didn't. Now on to the next story. Story 7. I'm Jason, 27 years old, and Thanksgiving 2023 was supposed to be the first normal family gathering in years. That's what I told myself anyway, as I stood in front of the mirror, adjusting the collar of a shirt I hadn't worn since college graduation. Still fit somehow. I hadn't seen most of my extended family in over a year. Not since my uncle's retirement party where my mom Diane got embarrassingly drunk and tried to convince everyone I was some hotshot financial advisor in New York. For the record, I wasn't. I was still in town, living in a shoebox of a rental and juggling 2 jobs just to stay afloat after getting laid off. The only reason I was going to this dinner was because Aunt Valerie, Mom's older sister, personally called and insisted I come. And when Aunt Val asks you for something, you don't say no. She was the only one in the family who never talked down to me, who actually remembered my birthday without Facebook reminders, and who once told me quietly during my cousin's wedding, "You were never the failure. You were just outnumbered." So I showed up. I parked my beat-up Honda 2 blocks away so nobody would see it sputter, fixed my hair in the reflection of someone's SUV window, and walked into the house like I belonged there. The place was huge, bigger than I remembered. Aunt Val's home was always warm and classy, the kind of place where the fireplace is real and people drink wine out of tall glasses without stems. The air smelled like rosemary, turkey, and something else I couldn't place at first. I didn't see my mom right away, which was a relief. I wasn't ready for her usual comments about how tired I looked or how I should smile more. Instead, I was greeted by my cousin Amanda, who was too preoccupied taking selfies with her boyfriend to notice me, and then by my Uncle Greg, who gave me a stiff nod like we were business partners instead of family. The dinner table was enormous, decked out with gold-rimmed plates and enough food to feed a small village. I found a seat near the end, tucked between a chair reserved for the kids and a crystal bowl full of cranberry sauce nobody would touch. I was reaching for a roll when I heard Aunt Val's voice cut through the conversation like a knife through butter. "So, Jason," she said, setting down her wine glass with a gentle clink, "how's the apartment I bought you last year?" The room stilled. I froze, my hand still hovering over the bread basket. I turned toward her, blinking like she'd just spoken in a foreign language. "What apartment?" I asked, not even trying to mask the confusion in my voice. Her smile faltered for just a second, just one beat, but that was all it took for the air to shift. Her gaze flicked to my mother, who was sitting across from her, cheeks already red from wine. Mom's hand jerked, and her glass tilted a little too fast. Merlot spilled down the front of her blouse. She cursed under her breath and grabbed a napkin, dabbing furiously, eyes fixed on the table. "Diane," Aunt Val said, her voice suddenly colder. Mom didn't answer at first. She just shook her head and muttered something about clumsy hands. But then Aunt Val leaned forward slightly and said, louder this time, "You never told him, did you?" That's when the silence broke. Just not in the way I expected. Grandma coughed. Amanda giggled, but it was the nervous kind, the way someone laughs in a horror movie right before the lights go out. My stomach sank. I slowly put down the roll and sat back, arms crossed. "Told me what?" I asked, looking directly at my mother. She stared at the napkin like it held the answers to a test she never studied for. "That was supposed to be private," she mumbled, still not meeting anyone's gaze. "A family matter. Aunt Val bought me an apartment." I asked again, louder this time. "Is that true?" Valerie nodded slowly. "Yes. I bought it for you last fall after you lost your job. I wired the down payment directly, even covered a year's HOA fees in advance. Diane said you'd moved in. Felt like my lungs forgot how to work. My face must have gone pale because Amanda finally looked up from her phone. Uncle Greg muttered something under his breath. I stared at my mom, waiting, needing her to say it wasn't true, that it was some mistake, a mix-up. Instead, she slammed the napkin down and snapped. Do you have any idea how ungrateful you sound right now? What? I asked, my voice cracking from the shock. You took an apartment that was meant for me and never told me. You think life's that simple? She hissed. You don't just get handouts, Jason. You needed to learn responsibility, to stand on your own 2 feet. I blinked. So your solution was to what? Lie to your own sister? Steal from me? Her face hardened. We used the money for your brother. Of course. It was about Evan, my younger brother, the golden child. The one who crashed his 3rd car this year and somehow still had his tuition covered. The one who hadn't worked a single day in his life but got a new MacBook every Christmas. My jaw tightened. What do you mean, used the money? I asked, though I already had a sinking feeling I knew. My mom waved her hand like she was brushing away a fly. Evan was going through a hard time. He needed help getting back on his feet. He deserved a safe place to live, too. You gave him my apartment, I said flatly. It wasn't yours yet, she snapped. The room was dead quiet now. All eyes were on us. Aunt Val sat frozen, her wine forgotten. I could hear someone's fork clinking against a plate at the far end of the table, then stopping. Nobody spoke. And what? You were just going to keep lying about it? I asked, my voice low but sharp. Pretend it never happened? My mom leaned back in her chair, folding her arms like a teenager caught in a lie. You wouldn't have appreciated it. You waste opportunities. I wanted to scream. Instead, I turned to Aunt Val. Can you tell me where this apartment is? She blinked, then stood up slowly. Yes, I have the paperwork. I never heard from you after the wire transfer, but I trusted your mother when she said you were settled. My mom let out a sharp laugh, but it was hollow. This is ridiculous. We're airing this out over turkey and potatoes. No, I said, standing. You aired it out when you lied. For over a year. My hands were shaking, but I kept them clenched at my sides. Aunt Val looked livid. My mom was seething. My brother Evan wasn't even at the table. He was upstairs, no doubt playing games or streaming something on the giant TV. He probably bought with money scraped from the life I should have had. I want to see the place, I said quietly. Tonight. My mom opened her mouth to argue, but Aunt Val cut her off. I'll drive you. Mom's chair scraped back suddenly as she stood. You're not taking him there. Valerie didn't even flinch. You don't get to stop me. I'm his mother. You stopped acting like his mother when you stole from him. I didn't know what stunned me more. Aunt Val's words, or the way Mom visibly recoiled like she'd been slapped. The entire room was holding its breath. And that's when the yelling started. It wasn't me. It wasn't even Aunt Val. Came from the stairs. You promised they'd never find out. It was Evan. And his voice was panicked, scrambling, guilty. I turned slowly and locked eyes with my brother at the top of the stairs, face pale, jaw slack like a boy caught breaking into the cookie jar, but finding himself on national television instead. And that's when it all began to unravel. Evan stood frozen on the stairs, his hand gripping the railing like it was the only thing keeping him from collapsing. His usual smug confidence, the look he wore every holiday while making backhanded comments about my job, my car, or my haircut, was gone. Now he looked like a man staring down the barrel of a truth he couldn't dodge. You promised, Mom, he repeated, quieter this time, his voice shaking. Aunt Val turned to him, her eyes narrow and sharp. Promised what, Evan? My mom's mouth opened, but no words came out. She looked between him and me like a cornered animal, like she might bolt from the room, and I saw it for the first time. Not just guilt, but fear. I didn't know what else to do, she said finally, her voice trembling. You have to understand, he was in trouble. Serious trouble? Aunt Val's voice was cold. What kind of trouble? Evan took a shaky breath. Debt. That one word hit the room like a thunderclap. I stepped forward. What do you mean, debt? You told me last year you got a bonus and were looking at apartments downtown. That was before things got bad, he muttered, eyes on the floor. I got into this crypto thing. Some guys convinced me it was a guaranteed flip. I pulled some money from Mom's account, just short term. But then it crashed and I couldn't cover it. My heart pounded in my chest. So she stole the apartment meant for me to cover your crypto debt. My mom flinched. It wasn't just that. Then what else? She said it was an investment. Evan jumped in. That the place would be in her name for a year or two and then she'd transfer it to me. To you, I barked. I didn't know it was originally meant for you, he said quickly, holding up his hands. She told me Aunt Val gave it to her to use however she wanted. That's not true, Val snapped. I told her specifically, explicitly, it was a gift to help Jason land on his feet. Not her. Not you. My mom finally stood up, knocking over her chair in the process. Her voice was high and desperate. Do you have any idea what it's like to watch your youngest child fall apart in front of you? To see him scared and ashamed and know you're the only one who can help? You were supposed to be helping me? I said, my voice low and bitter. You knew I was drowning. You knew I was behind on rent. And you let me stay in that dump while you handed my apartment to Evan and lied about it for an entire year. She didn't respond. She didn't have to. Her silence said it all. You lied to Aunt Val, I added. To your own sister. I had to Jason, she said, tears in her eyes now. If she found out Evan was gambling with money he didn't have, it would have destroyed him. She always favored you anyway. I had to do what was best for my son. I stared at her in stunned silence. I am your son, I said, my voice shaking. You were fine, she said quickly. You've always been so independent. You figure things out. I knew you'd survive. No, I said slowly. You knew I wouldn't make a scene, that I wouldn't ask questions, that I'd swallow it all and just keep going. That's why you picked me. The table was still full, but no one was eating. Someone's fork slipped to the floor with a soft clang. Grandma was watching with wide eyes, her lips pressed tightly together. Amanda had stopped filming and looked genuinely horrified. Uncle Greg looked like he wanted to disappear into his wine glass. Aunt Val took a long, controlled breath. You forged my name on documents, didn't you? My mom didn't respond. I'm not stupid, Diane, Val continued. I wired the money to a closing company, not to you. You must have intercepted it. Redirected the paperwork. That's the only way Jason wouldn't have heard a word from anyone. Evan's face turned gray. Wait, you forged legal documents? Don't act like you didn't benefit from it, I snapped. You knew something was off and you didn't care. Aunt Val pulled out her phone. I want the address. Now, I'm calling my lawyer. Please, Val, Mom whispered. It was never supposed to go this far. Oh, it's going a lot farther, Val said. You messed with the wrong person's name, Diane. I kept my mouth shut for years when you insulted me behind my back and made passive comments about my career. But not this. You stole from your own child and dragged my name into it. The sound of Evan's footsteps retreating upstairs echoed through the house. I didn't follow him. I was done chasing ghosts. Jason, Aunt Val said gently, I'll make this right. I nodded, but I wasn't sure what right even looked like anymore. The anger in my chest was burning so hot I felt numb. I kept thinking about all the nights I spent working late, scrounging for groceries, walking home because I couldn't afford gas. And all that time, there was a warm, safe place waiting for me that I never even knew existed. And now I had 1,000 questions and no one I could trust to answer them. Not without more lies. That's when my mom finally looked up at me, her eyes bloodshot and pleading. I didn't mean to hurt you, she said quietly. You didn't mean for me to find out, I replied. And I turned to Aunt Val and said, let's go. I want to see it. Without a word, she grabbed her coat and her purse, her heels clicking across the hardwood. I didn't look back as we walked out the door. But just before I stepped outside, I heard my mom's voice, barely above a whisper. Say something I'll never forget. If he takes that apartment, Evan's life will fall apart. And I didn't even hesitate before replying. Then he'll finally know how it feels. The front door shut behind us, cutting off whatever sound came next. And that was just the beginning. Aunt Val's car was quiet as we pulled away from the house. The driveway shrinking in the rearview mirror like a fading memory I didn't want to revisit anytime soon. The heater hummed low, and neither of us spoke for a while. I stared out the window, watching the neat rows of houses blur past, lights twinkling behind curtains, families gathered around tables. Thanksgiving. For most people, it meant warmth, gratitude, second helpings, and sleepy comfort. For me, it had just become the night everything I thought I knew about my family shattered. Jason, Aunt Val finally said, her voice soft but firm. I'm sorry. I had no idea. I nodded, but I didn't know how to respond. Part of me wanted to rage, to ask how she could have missed the signs. But the truth was she'd been lied to just like I had. Mom had manipulated both of us. And for what? To keep Evan comfortable. To keep the fantasy of his innocence alive. I believed her when she said you were settling in and didn't want to make a big fuss about it, Val continued. She even told me you didn't want her to tell me where it was because you were embarrassed. I gave a short, bitter laugh. That sounds like her. She always knew how to spin a story, she muttered, hands tightening on the steering wheel. When we were kids, she could talk her way out of anything. But this, she shook her head. This is a different level. We turned onto a quieter street, older buildings lining the sidewalk. There was a certain charm to the area. Tall trees arching over the road, their bare branches lit by scattered street lamps. A dog barked in the distance. A couple walked hand in hand, bundled up in scarves. Here, she said, slowing to a stop in front of a 3-story brick building. It looked clean, well-kept, the kind of place where people nodded politely to their neighbors and left shoes outside their doors. A small metal placard above the buzzer-red willow court. You're kidding, I muttered. This is it, she nodded. 3rd floor corner unit. It gets afternoon sun. I toured it myself before wiring the payment. It was supposed to be a fresh start for you. We sat in silence, staring up at the dark windows. I wondered which one Evan had claimed as his own. Which room had my name on it before it was scrubbed from the plan. Do you want to go up? She asked gently. I hesitated. Part of me did desperately, but another part, the hurt, exhausted part, wasn't ready to see it yet. I didn't want to step into a life I was never allowed to have. Not when I could still feel the cold betrayal of having it stolen from me. Not tonight, I said quietly. Not while he's still living there. She nodded. That's fair. I'll get the keys. We pulled away, and as we drove back to her place, she filled me in on the details I'd missed. The emails, the transfer forms, the confirmation letters that Mom must have intercepted or redirected. It all painted a clearer picture. My mother hadn't just lied. She'd engineered the entire thing carefully, deliberately, every lie stacked on top of the last, woven into a believable narrative she could sell to both sides. And the more I heard, the more I realized just how deep it all went. She signed your name on the mortgage addendum, Aunt Val said, pulling into her driveway. There's no mistaking it. And she added Evan as an occupant. I felt my stomach turn. Is that legal? She parked the car and turned to face me. Not without your consent. No, especially not when I specified the gift was for you. The implication hung in the air. There were consequences to what Mom had done, real ones. And suddenly the path forward was clear. There were documents to gather, lawyers to call, and choices to be made. I could take this to court. I could expose every lie, every signature, every stolen word. But more than that, I could take back what was mine. Later that night, as I lay on the pull-out couch in Aunt Val's guest room, I stared at the ceiling, thoughts spinning like wheels in mud. I replayed everything. Mom's justifications, Evan's panic, the way my name was erased from my own future without a second thought. I kept thinking about the apartment, about what it would have meant to walk into a place and know it was mine, to hang my coat on a hook I installed, to sleep in a bed that didn't creak every time I turned over, to invite people over without feeling ashamed. And I thought about Evan living there right now, probably texting someone about the family drama like it was a soap opera. Did he even understand what he'd taken from me? Probably not. He never had to. The next morning, I woke to the smell of coffee and fresh cinnamon rolls. Aunt Val was already at the table, papers spread out around her like a war map. "Morning," she said, handing me a mug. "Hope you're ready. We've got work to do." I rubbed my eyes and sat down. "You're serious about this?" Her eyes didn't waver. "Your mother made a mistake, and she's going to face the consequences. But more importantly, you're going to reclaim what was meant for you." There was something fierce in her voice, steely, like she'd been waiting for an excuse to stop tolerating Diane's games. And now she had one. We went through everything. Emails she'd forwarded to my mom, transfer receipts, property tax statements. There it was in black and white. My name removed. My mother's signature where mine should have been. Evan's name slipped in like a quiet thief in the night. But as we pieced it all together, something else began to surface. Pattern. Other inconsistencies. Other accounts where things didn't quite add up. And that's when Aunt Val paused, scanning one of the bank statements she'd printed. "Jason, did you know your grandmother left you a savings bond in her will?" My heart skipped. "No, I didn't even know she had a will." "She did," she said, frowning. "And she left something to both you and Evan. Equal amounts. But according to the records, only Evan's was cashed." I stared at her. "What?" Val's eyes narrowed. "It was supposed to mature last year, and it was tied to your social security number. But someone claimed it." My blood ran cold. "You think my mom forged that too?" She didn't answer because she didn't have to. And in that moment, I realized the apartment was just the beginning. I wish I could say I was surprised, but I wasn't. Not anymore. By the time Aunt Val uncovered the stolen savings bond, I'd crossed some invisible line. The old version of me, the one who gave the benefit of the doubt, who let things slide to keep the peace, was gone, replaced by someone who'd finally woken up to the truth. I'd spent most of my life playing the quiet son, the forgiving brother, the invisible man in my own family story. And my mother had written me out of the plot with a smile on her face. Over the next week, I stayed at Aunt Val's house while we gathered every document, every receipt, every shred of proof we could find. She had a good lawyer, one of her oldest friends, someone she'd once mentored when he was fresh out of law school. His name was Henry, and he didn't waste time sugarcoating anything. "She committed fraud," he said flatly after reviewing the documents. "Forgery, misappropriation of funds, identity misuse. Depending on how far you want to push this, Jason, she could be looking at real consequences." Real consequences. The words rang in my ears for days. I didn't want to destroy her. I didn't want to destroy anyone. But I also couldn't keep pretending that what she did could be brushed under the rug, that it was just a family matter to be solved over a casserole and some awkward apologies. She stole from me. She stole my home. She stole the one financial gift ever given to me, and she handed it to my brother like it was hers to redistribute. So I gave Henry the green light. He filed a cease and desist first, addressed to both my mother and Evan, ordering them to vacate the apartment within 30 days. Included was the original deed transfer Aunt Val had prepared in my name, along with notarized evidence that her funds were earmarked specifically for me. Henry had also requested a formal audit of the savings bond transaction. The paper trail showed my mother had used my SSN to claim it under a forged signature, depositing the amount, just over $15,000, into her personal account before immediately transferring half to Evan and using the rest to upgrade his vehicle. We sent a separate notice to the bank. It didn't take long before the house of cards began to collapse. The first call came from my mother. I didn't answer. She tried again, then again. Texted, left voicemails, each one more frantic than the last. It went from "we need to talk" to "you're blowing this out of proportion" to "how could you do this to your own mother?" Then came Evan. His messages weren't apologetic. They were furious. "What is wrong with you, man? You're ruining my life over an apartment you didn't even know existed. I didn't ask her to do that. Don't take it out on me. You're just jealous that someone finally treated me like I mattered. That one stung more than I expected, and it brought back a wave of memories. Birthdays forgotten, praise withheld, moments when I watched my mom beam at Evan like he was the second coming while I sat in the background, waiting for my turn. It never came. I stopped expecting it. The day Henry served them in person was the day everything changed. I wasn't there. I didn't need to be. But Aunt Val called me afterward, her voice tight with barely contained anger. She cried, she said she didn't mean to hurt you, that it was all for Evan's future. But when I asked about the bond, she clammed up. Evan tried to defend her, but he didn't even know what she'd done until today. Doesn't matter, I said. They both benefited. They can both move out. 30 days passed, and I got the keys. The apartment was empty when I walked in, stripped of furniture, of personality, of any trace that Evan had lived there. There were some scuff marks on the walls, a faint outline where a couch had once rested, and a weird smell I couldn't quite place. Something between too much cologne and desperation. But it was mine. I stood in the doorway for a long time, letting the silence wrap around me like a second skin. No shouting, no tension, no guilt hanging in the air. Just a space that had waited quietly, patiently, for its rightful owner to arrive. Aunt Val helped me furnish it. Nothing extravagant, just clean, simple pieces. A couch that didn't sink when I sat on it. A real bed. A small dining table where I could eat without balancing a plate on my lap. She even brought me a plant. You're an adult now, she said with a smile. You need something to neglect. I laughed. For the first time in a long time, it didn't feel forced. I didn't hear from my mother for a while after that. I knew the silence was temporary. I braced for it. When she finally showed up, it wasn't at my door. It was at Aunt Val's, uninvited. I was there helping Val reorganize her garage when I heard the knock. When I opened the door and saw her standing there, pale and small against the backdrop of a sunny afternoon, my stomach clenched. Jason, she said softly, please, can we talk? I stepped outside and closed the door behind me. I just want to understand, she said. Why'd you do this? Why'd I do this? I repeated. Mom, you stole from me. You lied for over a year. You took what wasn't yours and gave it away like it was a toy you could rewrap for someone else. I didn't think you needed it as much as he did, she said. You've always been the strong one. No, I said. I was just quiet. That's not the same thing. She looked down, her hands shaking. I made a mistake. You made a choice, I corrected. Every day for over a year you chose to lie, and when you had chances to fix it, you doubled down. That's not a mistake. That's betrayal. She looked like she wanted to cry, but the tears wouldn't come. Maybe even they had given up on her. I lost you, she whispered. No, I said. You threw me away. You just didn't expect me to come back and pick myself up. She tried to hug me. I stepped back. I'm not doing this for revenge, I said. I'm doing this because I deserve better. And because maybe, if I finally stand up for myself, you'll think twice before doing this to someone else. She didn't reply, just nodded and walked away. I haven't seen her since. Evan texted me once after that. Just 2 words. I'm sorry. I didn't respond. I didn't need to. I moved into the apartment the following weekend. Aunt Val came over with a bottle of sparkling cider, and we toasted on the small balcony while the sun dipped below the horizon. To new beginnings, she said. To finally being seen, I replied. And for the first time in years, I didn't feel like a background character in my own life. I felt like the main. We have reached the end. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to like and subscribe to the channel for more videos like this, and give us your thoughts about the stories in the comments section. Thank you and see you in the next video.